All right. So last time you guys fought a vampire. It was fun. Azalea got you know catapulted out of a an alleyway into the street, and there was some draining of energy going on, some blood sucking, and multiple times having to try to kill a vampire. That was fun. Tor, you cut the damn thing down twice, uh, only for you and Azalea to try to run to a temple and get intercepted by guardsmen, and uh, you were able to convince them to help you out, even though they kind of just threw you over their horses and uh, brought you to the temple and kind of took care of it themselves. But Cyra, you were able to stake the creature's heart, and then watch it kind of disappear, and all the guards were a little freaked out. But you guys all went indoors and kind of sat and pondered it for a little while before going to bed, and then you kind of just took some time to yourselves, really. Um, let's see. Yeah, so Azalea actually ended up spilling the beans, as it were, being set up for murder by the Quickthorn family. She has some personal business to attend to here. Uh, yeah. Also, she told you guys that she spent 2 decades in Orleans, the prison up the river a little bit.
Strictly speaking, she didn't say it was Orlems. Sorry.
That's
I was
fair.
pedantic.
That
Sorry.
is fair. That is pedantic. But it was in fact Orleans. So, uh, whether or not she specifically said that, that is the case. Um, let's see. Yep. You guys did some other things. Zelia, you bought a fine spyglass. You did some reconnaissance and some pickpocketing, and you made quite a bit of money. You had taken care of your mark, so you got a good chunk of change there. Danny, you went and did a quick job for Ino Longtail, the tailless rat folk. You got a box, and you brought the box over to an alleyway, and you left it, and you got paid a bunch of money. It was hidden in your mashed potatoes. Uh, and you did some work for Herb after that, and got some more money. Tor, you worked some security. You heard a lot of kind of merchant-related news. You went and got your faux shard back. You also went over to Scrollkeeper Leos to go just learn more things, stuff and things. But yeah, you guys learned quite a bit. And Sarah, you did so as well, learning about some devils and demons and lycanthropes and such. Um, you did your retraining as well, Sarah, and you guys have kind of regrouped here with some time remaining. And you kind of had discussed a number of things relating to the Quickthorns, namely why they were employing a vampire. Um, there was a little bit of discussion at the end there about why the Forest Sprites, the mercenary company that they own, headed into the Ashlands. You guys had gotten a golden key. You guys had gotten a golden key off of that vampire, and so there was curiosity about what it went to. Um, and then there was a little bit of more on Azalea's side of who was kind of involved in this plot to uh, frame Azalea for whatever murder had occurred. And then some other discussions. But you've got 3 or 4 days left. Captain Brandgrinder had told you 3 weeks, so you guys kind of taken a good chunk of the 16, 17 days to kind of do your own thing here. And it is now the 12th of Absolute. It is the 11th month in the year. You've got less than a month until winter hits, and it is starting to get cooler. Now, in Carthos, you're a little bit further north, so it's a little more wet and moist here, but a little bit warmer than some of the southerly climes. And it's just kind of a chilly morning. You guys all kind of wake up from your slumbering and have been, either preparing your spells or meditating or preparing your alchemy kits or what have you. And you all kind of end up downstairs at the Silver Scale Scullery. Scully is there preparing breakfast for folks, and there's not very many people here at this time of the morning anyway. Looks like a lot of people get up before the sun rises. You guys kind of get up with the rising of the sun, so uh, looks like most of the workers have already gone to their jobs on the docks and the shipyards and whatnot. And so you guys kind of find a table, and Scully kind of without comment, brings you guys breakfast foods of there's some bacon and some sausage and scrambled eggs, and it looks like she's got kind of this big old communal plate of pancakes to kind of for you guys to share amongst yourselves. But yeah, so it is the morning of the 12th. What do you guys want to do?
This is kind of your show. We took our time to do our thing, and where do you want this to go?
Who are you talking to?
You're talking to Azalea, I presume.
Yeah, but did it not all pick up? I'm sorry.
Who is?
Oh, I did. You're good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I thought you were talking to Ian. I was like, oh yeah, yeah. Where did you?
It is the DM show, yes.
I don't know why you would think that. That's fine.
It's fine.
Just like, oh, he's not answering. Okay.
So, yep, waits expectantly.
It's fine.
I don't know. We should probably figure out why they're in the Ashlands in the first place. There's no reason for them to be. It's unusual.
You, not to be crass or anything, but you cased the joint, right? Any way to? Do you know where to get in? How to get out?
Yeah. So we could. Do I know how to get out? I mean, they haven't changed. Like the building layout hasn't changed, right?
So from your reconnaissance of the place, as far as you're aware, there's one main gate that's kind of just on the Merchants Row, like boulevard there. There's a gate that is on the riverfront, more for like servants if they're getting water or dumping things into the river. It's a smaller gate. It's certainly guarded, but it's a little less in the open. You know that you could probably get over the walls as long as you timed it right. You know they have patrols of guards that kind of move around the compound, and you know that they uh, have many servants that live on the property and work on the property. There's a big servants' quarters somewhere on the grounds there. You're sure that things probably changed since you were there last, but maybe the architecture of the place necessarily hasn't. So it might be in your, if you were to ask, maybe bribe somebody or ask passersby or just watch. I mean, it depends on how much detail are you looking to like remember. I can tell you what you remember of the place if you want that.
It's basically if anything was drastically different from last time I was there. So
Oh no, so
okay.
there's nothing drastically different. There is at least to the main mansion. There's a main front entrance through the garden. And then there's like a kind of a smaller rear entrance, mostly to get to the riding/tournament grounds. And also,
Tournament grounds?
it's a very large compound.
Very fancy.
And Azalea, you do recall that they're every once in a while, being a cavalry unit, these
Oh, yeah.
the forest sprites would have riding competitions. They do if they were unhorsed, they'd have melees or jousting. They would do jousting competitions as well. So it's large, but maybe not the largest fairgrounds anyone here would have ever seen, but large enough for a sizable group to entertain and train themselves. But that would be kind of where that would lead. And then of course the servants' quarters. You know that most of the servants don't transit above ground level. There's probably some tunnels in between the main mansion and the servants' quarters. But that's kind of what you recall of the place, and none of it looked drastically different than the last time you were here quite some time ago. So
Okay, so we could probably go like underground and like sneak in. You
To
look
where?
skeptical.
That's it's just vague. Where I guess like okay, idly interested in what the forest sprites are doing. Mostly, you were framed for murder, and that's pretty fucked up.
I mean,
Do you
yeah.
want to find out who's really guilty here?
Oh, I know who's really guilty, but they're not in here, so I need to figure out why they are in the Ashlands where they are.
Oh,
So I want to, yeah, we need to figure out why they're there because it's kind of everything over there is kind of weird right now. So I'm gonna figure out what's going on there.
when you say they're in the Ashlands, the one who's really guilty, is it the one we saw?
Yes,
Does he ride a unicorn?
Oh,
yes.
say the
Looks
line.
like him.
Say the line.
They're not real. Crap.
Okay.
Yeah, so figure out why they're over there because we have to go get the stone and bring it back anyway. So
The moonstone.
yeah, Crystal. I don't know
We need to commit to calling it the moonstone just so that he dies on the inside.
the werewolf. We
You
have to
could
ponder
the
the
werewolf orb shortened to the warb.
The warb. Very warble.
Makes a warbling noise.
Whoa.
Okay, so we get in, we find out about what the fuck everyone's doing. And then we get out because, yeah, we have to get the moonstone back. Otherwise, things get real bad for everyone.
I'm unclear. What do we get out of breaking into this place?
We're helping our friend.
Oh, we're friends?
Azalea and I are.
Oh, okay. Thought you said that we were all just an association of people.
Well, Azalea's been treating me like a friend, and I really appreciate that from her.
Yeah, it was really friendly when she cut that rope.
I'm sorry, I've moved on from that.
That's called growth.
But wanting to bonk the vampire, that's we can't move on from that yet.
You didn't know he was a vampire.
Well, we suspected, and I didn't want to bonk him. I just wanted to grab him for some answers.
Okay, so was he not going to bonk back? Was it not going to turn into bonking? What if he wasn't a vampire? What if you just assaulted the head of a high house and they weren't a vampire?
Assault. Just going to grab him. Ask
That's
him
an
some questions.
attack! You were just going to jump out of a tree and grab him, whom we agreed we were only investigating.
Well, it was going to get us some answers quick.
But
I'm not good at this
investigating.
investigating part. That's why I had you guys along.
That is technically.
Quinn didn't listen to us.
I did listen to you. Otherwise, we would have grabbed him.
You ran out of time. No, you are so consumed with your crusade that you can't bother to care about the people you act like are your friends. That's what I'm upset about.
Still fail to
But
see
it's not
how I did
important.
not care when I didn't act on my impulses.
Because we stopped you and you don't get it.
That's
I'm done
the
with this
point of it.
conversation. I'm done with this conversation. Azalea, do you want to get in and get the information?
Yeah, we should probably. Well, we need to figure out what's going on with the Ashlands. People have been making allies with them, and it's weird.
I do hate that.
And they are. It is the vampire nation. This is probably helpful for you.
Me?
You know, no, to
Oh.
Tor. Like, did we figure out why places are working with them? If they're evil, they're pretty evil, but you know. So how are we breaking in?
That's a you job.
I mean, yeah, I suppose.
I'm here to help, but you are the
Yeah,
expert.
I am the best, so. My dice will roll properly today. We'll see.
We'll see. Have they been in jail all week?
I've just been leaving them out, hoping that they'll charge positively, and we'll see what happens.
Let him charge on the sun god.
So specifically, what are we doing inside that place? I mean, just collecting information?
Yes.
We've
And
established
maybe
they
stealing
keep records.
something if I see something I like.
Can't we find somebody with like a familiar or I don't know? It just seems high risk to like just dig around someone's.
Since you have a
dressers.
little squid, we could let it
He does.
go into
He
stores and stuff.
he's not. No, he's not good for that.
So someone does have a
Okay, so
familiar.
somebody else is familiar. So in case something else happens, you don't have to deal with the side effects. Got it.
He's more of a swimmer. I'll plop him on the table, and he just kind of,
Yeah, he's
you know.
just kind
Send them to the toilets.
of yes.
Do they have
I mean,
indoor
that's,
plumbing?
they're rich. Of course they do.
Does this city have it though?
Some parts of the city.
Does
They're
this
rich.
part
Of course they do.
Where you guys are at the moment does not have indoor plumbing.
Do you mean this inn or do you mean this
This
part? Okay.
the scullery at the
Established.
moment
Ow.
does not, as far as you guys are aware, have any indoor plumbing.
Okay.
The more wealthy parts of town will likely have indoor plumbing.
Greedy bitch running the place is keeping the toilet for herself. Like it's we gotta deal with the public one, you know. Anyway,
So how do you want to proceed there, Azalea?
we send Squishy up through the toilet, and then he collects the documents,
Does
stuffs it in his little bottle.
can he read?
No, no. This is not how this is going to work. I'll take Squishy and just kind of put him back.
Yeah, he kind of like gets underneath your clothes and just disappears into the dark recesses, trying to get away from whatever horrifying plan that they're concocting for him.
Okay, what about this? Do they have okay, so they're servants, right? Are they gonna know all of their servants? Could we pose as servants? Or do they keep like just human or humanoid servants or what? Could we blend in as servants?
Azalea, do a society check for me. It's been a long time.
$17.
So, well, when you were there last, you recall that whenever a servant was in the room, as it were, or interacted with anybody in that family, at least the folks that you knew, and at least cared about anyway, they knew the names of their servants. So there's a high chance that these people would know them by sight.
You know, we could just knock on the door and say, "Hey, are you doing anything nefarious?" And then, walk
That sounds
away.
like a good idea. I would expect an honest and truthful answer.
No.
That is the honest and truthful answer, right? That's what they would tell us.
Well,
They would
here,
tell us it was the honest and truthful answer.
I'll help you do whatever you guys are going to do, but and I'll slide the key across to Azalea. But just to be clear, no, she didn't. Did she?
Oh,
did,
she
yeah,
did.
She
took
did.
it from
That's
you.
why I made faces earlier when you
So,
were
Yeah.
so I
real
reach
mad
into
about
the
it.
key, and I don't have the key, and I look knowingly at Azalea, because if I had to guess where it went. Whatever. Let's get that. I just honestly, guys, I just want to get it over with so we can get back on the road. We've got bigger things to do, I think. But sure, I'll help.
I mean, my original plan still stands. We could still do that. We can make it worth your time.
Yeah. Okay.
I assume you know where the study or wherever they would keep ledgers is?
You have an idea, Azalea. There's 2 or 3 places, most likely on the second floor of the mansion, where you would expect them to keep those things.
Yeah, they're probably on the second floor, so not easily climbed up to. I could probably climb up to it.
Do they ever entertain?
Yeah, they're rich.
Do they ever bring
We
in
can
musical groups?
pretend to be important.
Do they
and
ever bring in musical groups?
Do they?
Sometimes. It really depends on the occasion.
Yeah, I guess.
Well, I played with a very talented troupe while we were working on our tasks. Depending on how hospitable the Quickthorns are, they might be amenable to a performance. Would get me in, and I could potentially have assistance.
Oh yeah, you know what? We could build a large wooden horse, and we could all climb inside of it, and you could carry that in.
But what if it was a rabbit?
Part of your act. As a rabbit would be
A
better.
rabbit.
Has to be a
It
horse,
could be
though,
part of your
'cause
show.
Unicorns aren't real.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to make light of your minstrel plan, but
I'm a kobold. I don't menstruate.
that was an accident, and I'm really happy that happened.
It would be an accident if it did happen.
Your minstrel plan. Regardless.
Her
So
egg
we had
plan.
a dude. Sorry, okay, brief aside. We had a dude who we gave the call sign blood because he meant to say mensurated grids, and he said menstruated grids, and we never let him forget it.
Perfect.
That's good.
That'd be the worst. Like, what's your call sign? Oh, it's blood. Oh, that's amazing. How did you get that? Well,
Here's the thing.
Funny you
One
should
that
ask.
he'll never admit to.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
But all his friends will always know.
That's awesome. There you go. Oh yeah. Okay. So your musical plan.
My plan to bring in minstrels. Do we have a better plan? Do we have any other plan? I'm good at anything. I'm also just assuming they'll support, and I probably shouldn't do that.
Maybe just go like late at night and climb up on the roof and open a window and do the whole burgle thing. It's an
That
option.
sounds like a good Azalea plan.
Yeah.
yeah, but like my whole thing is getting caught would be real fucking awkward.
What are they gonna do? Send you to prison again?
Yeah,
Well,
maybe.
Yeah, actually.
Yes, that's a very real thing.
How we'd have to have a reason to get musical performers in. Like, I don't. There's no festival today or something.
Do they host parties?
Yes. You
Do they
know
ever
that they
host-
host parties.
Yeah, but like again, why today? It doesn't. It wouldn't.
You.
Do we know how often they host parties?
Not anymore.
Socially, what is the expected level of party hosting for families of this caliber? This
Rich people
Can't finish.
usually have parties like once a month, or sometimes more often. You could use a day or two to perhaps ask around to see what is going on in town, or just you could go to the estate. You could do that too. You have that option, but you have a couple of days.
Oh my god, is this like Pride and Prejudice where it's a totally normal thing for people to just like take tours of fancy people's houses?
In this case, no. In some other
Oh.
places, yes, but not here.
Oh.
Here, this place, these people are like, they're gross rich people. Like they're capitalists at like the highest
Not
caliber.
real people.
They want money out of everything, and then yeah, so if they would do that, there are enterprising families that are like, yeah, you can pay me a shit ton of money to do that. You just kind of assume these things, but in this case, Azalea, you're aware that the Quickthorns don't just give tours of their home. They're fairly, I don't want to say secretive. That's not necessarily the case, but they like people staying out of their business. Um, you know that they do host parties. They historically it was like once ish a month. Um, you know that servants sometimes leave the compound to go on errands and whatnot. Um, but that's all you can really think of or remember.
So it's
There,
looking like breaking in at night, or maybe asking your friends if there's some type of festival going on where we can sneak ourselves in, doing it that way.
are
I
there
could
any
try that.
servants that extremely despise their employer that may be willing to work for us?
Yeah, how do we find that out?
You would have to go find some. You would have to go
That sounds
find
like your
somebody
problem.
on a I don't know, an errand for the Quickthorns or something, or you'd have to
Well-
break in and ask.
Historically, have their servants been
about your car's extended warranty. Also, do you not like the Quickthorns?
uh in the past? Do you know if their servants were generally well treated?
Generally speaking, fairly well enough. I mean, they're housed and fed, and they're given a job. That's good enough, you suppose. You do recall, Azalea, that
On the other end, I have no, I don't know.
you do remember that Elena and Natende were fairly cruel, but Alondrin was a very kind man. So it really depended on who you were talking to and how people of that household were feeling that day. So yeah, in a sense, they're kept off the streets and fed, but that doesn't mean much when you know you're getting insulted and potentially beaten or hurt. So it's been quite some time.
It depends on who they were taking care of that day, you know. And yeah, I don't know. We can wait until like um name.
She's very cute, Dragon. I can't get over it. She's adorable.
Oh,
Oh,
forget it.
goodness.
I have bacon, so she's like,
Oh.
It's the only reason she likes them today.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
was like, man, she's up in your business today. That makes sense.
That's
bacon.
very sweet.
Hey, so just I know a guy. We could try to find some help. See if the guy like has ideas. His name's Gage. He's got a clockwork hand. Hangs out around the Kothon. This is the guy I knew. I don't know.
Is this the one you warned us about?
Yeah, but you know, it's the this is two sides to the guy. I guess. I mean, I don't know.
Not very trustworthy.
I wouldn't say that. More self-interested.
If he hates rich people, we're probably okay. Otherwise, we can wait until Elena,
Mhm.
right? So
Yep.
yeah, until she has a freak out, and then
Shh.
because they were
What was
fairly
that?
regular outbursts. So
She has a freak out?
yeah, like when she gets real mean.
Oh.
She's real freaky.
Just her minor outbursts of rage. When when one of those happens, which is fairly frequent, right?
Yeah, you remember it being frequent enough.
Yeah. It's dependable. So you can wait till one of those moments and use it.
I'm gonna be honest, I thought we were just gonna sneak in.
We still can.
Indeed, it doesn't believe. I don't believe we've settled on a plan.
Are we at the silver scale?
We can try that,
Yes, Dragon.
and then if it doesn't work, then we can. Because I can run real fast now.
So I'm gonna get up from the table and go find Scully. Is
Okay.
she around?
Yeah. She's at the moment she's kind of you are breathing on the microphone there, Cyra. Stop breathing. It's fine.
Hold your breath for
Yeah,
the next
stop breathing.
5 hours.
Yeah, exactly. So yes, Scully is she's at the bar, and she is currently serving a few late rising dock workers. It's like 9 in the morning at this point. She kind of sees you and gives you a nod for a moment. And she kind of finishes serving them their drinks and their food, and then kind of turns to you and leans real close, uh, mostly so she doesn't have to be a overheard, and b she can kind of take off the mask for a moment. And Danny, yes, Danny, what can I do for you? What can I do for you?
Hey, just a quick question.
Uh-huh.
Is Gage still doing work
Roll a diplomacy check.
in the city? Um, 17.
Yeah, she rolls her eyes and just yeah, yes. He's around. I haven't seen him in a little while. A couple of weeks, but yeah, he's around. Do you need to find him? You know what? I probably don't want to know. Yes, but yes, he's around.
Okay. Well, you haven't seen him, so awesome. Thanks. At least we know he's here. Yeah, you don't want to. It's stupid. You don't want to know. This is dumb.
No, you're
But
absolutely right. I don't want to know.
awesome. I'll see you later.
Of
And I'm
course.
gonna kind of step away and go back to the table.
And she smiles at you, and then you see the genuine smile kind of turn into a bit more of a customer service smile, and she turns away from you as you kind of walk back to the table.
So, I mean, we could just sneak in, guys, or seek help. I mean, I kind of feel like that's our two ideas right now.
Let's try sneaking in first, and then if we've got issues, provided I get away, which I'm going to, we can reconvene and figure it out later.
Okay, sounds like a plan. When do we want it? Like tonight?
Yeah, fuck it, why not? I mean, how long until the boat's ready? Like what, 2, 3, 4 days tops?
Something like that.
Like, yeah, we gotta get going.
So as you kind of settle in toward a weird possible plan, it's getting on in the morning, and allegedly you want to do this tonight. Is there anything you guys want to do in the intervening time to learn anything, or we can fast forward, or we can go to?
I'm gonna.
Go ahead.
I want to go for a walk. Just
Uh-huh.
gonna go for a walk, and I'm actually going up and down the alleys, seeing if I run into Gage.
Okay. We'll get back to you, Azalea. Is there anything you want to do during the day?
I was gonna ask, how much would it cost to get a cold iron rapier?
Probably if it's without any other upgrades on it or runes or anything, like 50 gold.
Okay.
You probably wouldn't be able to find something like that here on the Kothon. You'd probably have to go down towards Merchant's Row and get a custom order done. But I mean, if you only really know Master Ice Shaper, he would probably be able to do that for you.
Mm,
And then
okay. As long as I can get it before we leave.
depends on how much you're willing to pay.
I mean, not an
You have
obscene.
you have several dollars. You'll be okay.
I mean, yeah, but you guys don't know that.
I'm not saying it.
Yeah.
Courtney is saying it, not Cyra.
Okay. So are you gonna head over that direction there, Azalea?
Yeah, I want to get a cold iron weapon for hell.
Okay. Tor, what is it? Is there anything you want to do during this day? Just gonna hang out and eat and drink. Okay.
Be upset.
And yeah,
And yeah.
And yeah. And Cyra, is there something you wanted to do during the day?
Yes, I would like to purchase warm clothing.
Okay.
We've been informed that hell is very cold. So
That is fair. Okay, cool. Let's see. Cool. Ah, yes. Good old winter clothing.
I'm gonna like talk to Cyra though. Like, so when it gets cold, do you like stop moving? Cause like lizard.
Think more like dragon. So no.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, she is not cold-blooded.
August fire. Fun fact: I also now have little winglets.
Growing them. I grow them myself. Okay, so we'll start with Danny then, and we'll kind of go around.
Also, if there's a shop in the Kothon that I'd pass that might have a small bag of holding, I don't know if that would be something I would find here or not, but I'm also on the lookout for one of those.
Okay. Sure. Okay, okay. So as you're kind of moving up and down the alleys there, it actually doesn't take you very long, Danny, as you kind of separate from the group to run just kind of up and down the alleys, kind of meandering. You do your best to avoid guard patrols. Not that there's very many, but you're able to kind of slip through the crowds and whatnot. And maybe about an hour or so of just kind of wandering the Kothon, you actually spot kind of a drunken-looking man, and you actually see somebody swipe his coin purse. And you see the kind of telltale glint of kind of a coppery type metal, and you actually recognize Gage in his hand from maybe 15, 20 feet away. And you see him kind of slip into an alley. You can follow him if you want.
Yeah, I'll follow.
Yeah, he goes maybe 20 feet down an alley and takes a corner. But are you trying to be stealthy at all, or are you just trying to just go?
Just going.
Okay.
No stealth, just go.
Yeah, so you kind of step over all the refuse and garbage in this alleyway, and pop around the corner, and you see Gage, and he's certainly not looking terribly well. He's definitely, even though he's kind of been on this life of crime, since you last saw him, clearly something else has occurred since the last time that you saw him. He might be sick, maybe. He's bald, but he's looking very like pallid. He's kind of got a yellowish tint almost to his skin. But yeah, you can see his right clockwork hand, and he kind of pulls his hood back as he's counting out his looks like a very meager pay from his coin purse that he stole. But he looks up to you, looks up at you rather, because he's kind of sitting down on a box and he's counting, and he looks up, and he kind of like quickly hides the money, and you are unable to kind of spot where he does a sleight of hand, and he makes it disappear somewhere. And he looks he looks startled for just a moment, and then he kind of looks closely at you, and then he goes for a dagger on his hip. You can very clearly see it, but he seems very wary. He doesn't say anything.
Hey, no, I'm not trying anything. We don't have to get stabby. You don't look great, buddy.
Roll a diplomacy check.
Three.
And he doesn't draw the blade, but he certainly doesn't let go of it. And he actually like kind of hops down off of his crate, and he kind of very slowly approaches you. And you can see him squinting at you, as if he properly can't see you. And he kind of like takes a moment, and starts to get kind of close. And maybe within about 10 feet, you kind of see his eyes go wide, and he immediately lets go. And I was gonna open you up there for a second, Danny. And he starts coughing, and you can see there's kind of like blood kind of flecking his lips and his chin and whatnot. Sorry, I'm having a bad time. Danny, that's you, right? Is that you?
Yeah, it's me. What the hell happened to you?
Got sick. The temples won't take me. So I'm just doing what I can to survive.
Uh,
The rest of the gang left me.
I mean, I can give you an anti-plague. If that'll help. I don't know, but
Well, nothing's ever free. What can I do for you? And he kind of like he turns around and he starts coughing like hacking loudly, and it's a good like 30-40 second fit. And he kind of is like almost like hunched over, and he takes him a minute and he kind of wipes. You see there's plenty of blood like on his hand, and he turns back to you and says, "I'm sorry, I don't want to get you sick."
thanks. So, tell you what, give me a little information. I'll get you some anti-plague, maybe some elixir of life, something like that. Hey, so I got some acquaintances that are looking to pull a job on the Quickthorns in a couple weeks. Yeah, got any information? Anything? The Quickthorns? What are they up to? Is there something to be wary of? What do
He
you know?
he holds out his hand, it clearly waiting for whatever you're going to give him.
So I'll use an infused reagent, quick alchemy,
Okay.
make up a anti-plague, put it in his hand, and say, "You got to drink that quick."
And he immediately just he doesn't even think about it. He's probably just desperate, not necessarily trusting of you, but he just takes it, chugs it, and he kind of just hands you the empty bottle. And he goes to hand you the empty bottle, and he's like, and he kind of takes it and he just like puts it away. Um, Maybe realizing that, yep, no, you see it. There's some blood on there for sure on the glass. And yeah, all right. Look, the best that I know is that wow, I'm already breathing easier. This is good shit. Well, the best I can tell you is that there's a party going down on Merchant's Row in not tonight, but not tomorrow night, but the night after. Um, Day like afternoon, evening time. It's at and he's trying to think. I forget where it is. But it's not at their house. They're expected to attend though. I was going to go hit the party actually. Um, as for that, they'll probably take most of their people with them. I would expect. So maybe if you're trying to do anything of that sort, maybe wait until then. 2 nights from now.
I mean, I'm not doing anything. I'm just asking for some friends. I want to make sure they don't get hemmed up.
And the color, the yellowish color of his skin is already starting to turn slightly normal. I mean, it'll probably take a couple of days to go back to normal, but like whatever you gave him is clearly helping. And he kind of unconsciously kind of like wipes his mouth as he kind of does a little bit of a cough. He says, "All right. The only thing I can think of is they have a bodyguard. I don't know if they're going to take them or if they're going to stay behind and guard the estate, but just they call her the porcelain woman. I've never seen her, but just I've heard some bad things."
What sort of bad things? And I'll make a elixir of life and kind of hold it out towards him.
And he takes it and he chugs it down, and again the more color starts to return, and he kind of stands up a bit straighter, and he kind of like shrugs off a little bit, and well, let's see. Very strong, very fast. Doesn't do very well with the intruder sort. That's about what I have for you. I honestly haven't. I've never even thought about hitting that place. There's just a lot going on there. But I mean, I suppose now that the mercenaries, the forest sprites are all gone, I suppose it's a lot easier to hit now. You have some ballsy acquaintances.
Call us stupid.
Ballsy or
Probably both.
bravery and stupidity often get confused, but that's okay. Regardless, yeah, I barely know these people. They're really nobody. But
Roll a deception check.
Yeah. 12.
And he kind of just gives you an eye, kind of knowing. Yeah, all right. Look, you don't have to say anything else, but all right. That's all I know. That's all I know. Uh, well, I'm. It was good seeing you, Danny, but I'm gonna get out of here. I don't know.
Yeah,
And
just to be
you
clear.
start hearing some shouting in the street. I'm like, oh, somebody stole my coin purse. And he's like, ah.
Hey, thanks for the help. I think we're gonna be out of town by then. We're not gonna be able to do it on that night, but thanks for the information.
And
You,
he's just
you try to stay well, man. You look kind of gross, but we'll see you later.
you're mostly talking at his back as he's like sprinting away because clearly somebody has figured out that they got their money stolen. Um,
I'm just gonna walk nonchalantly back out of the alley.
okay. That it's like midday. Is there anything else you wanted to do during the
Um,
rest of the day?
I'm just looking for a bag of holding.
Okay. So you kind of wander amongst the shops, and it doesn't look like any of them here have one. Um, but you do recall your comrades noting that there was one by the pits. One of the shops there had a Type 1 bag of holding.
So yeah, can I make a trip out there during the day?
Sure.
Go get it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And for time's sake, you head out there, and the gentleman that owns the shop is willing to sell it to you for 75 gold pieces.
Sold. 75 gold. Slap it on the table.
Yep, so that is a Type 1, and he hands it over, and it's in really good condition. It's clearly new, actually. But yeah, so this was the Shadow Mine store was the place, and it's the tiefling behind the counter hands it over, and yeah, you're able to collect your bag of holding, Type 1.
Aha. I'll stick my arm in it just to check it out.
Well, there's nothing in it at the moment, so yeah, there you go. You have a bag of holding. That takes you the rest of the day because it's a long walk
Sweet.
back and forth.
Yeah.
And you're able to get back to the Silver Scale Scullery in time, just past sunset. Now we'll go to Azalea. So Azalea, you're looking for a cold iron rapier. Do you know anywhere? I mean, you'd have to get a custom order most likely on this time frame.
Fine.
I mean, you can spend some time. You can roll a society check if you want to check at other places around town to see if shops or smithies just have one.
Yeah, let's see if they just have one.
Go ahead.
18?
You kind of travel around, and it doesn't seem like anybody really necessarily peddles in cold iron rapiers specifically. You notice that there's one of the stores, specifically at the Kothon, the smithy there. They have a cold iron longsword. It's not the same by any means, but that's like at least in the vicinity of the shops and smithies. That's like the one thing that they have.
I don't think I'm trained to use. Is it a simple weapon?
No, it's martial.
I think I have martial. Because there's like certain ones I'm.
She's thinking.
I want to make sure I can use it because I don't think I'm. I don't think I can. Is it experience? No,
You probably can't use it, Marlena.
I don't think so. Yeah. There's one of these things tells me what I'm.
Well, she's thinking. I have a question.
Sure.
So my recollection of events, and it has been a while, is that when we were up in the tree and the dude was in the tomb, we didn't talk Tor out of not grappling. We strong-armed him into it by saying we wouldn't go with him. So like he didn't relent. He just didn't have an option. Is that a bad memory of events?
It was a little bit of both.
Okay.
There was certainly the threat of, hey, I'm not going with you, or we're not going with you. But also, you didn't have to physically restrain or fight him. You were just like, hey,
Yeah.
that's a dumb idea. And Tor, if I remember correctly, you were like, yeah, well, I still want to do it, but I'm not going to do it because you guys don't want to do it, right?
Because we
That's
didn't want to, or because we wouldn't help him. Like, because to Cyra, that's a big line for her. It's, did he choose it, or was he forced into choosing it?
so that's the fun thing about perception, right? It's all
Oh,
colored
yeah.
by our own events.
Yeah.
So, and I've slept a lot since then. What I remember is, yeah, you guys are like, no, that's not how we do things. That's not what we talked about. Tor wanted to do it, but he didn't do it because you guys basically told him not to.
Oh, okay. So she thinks that we strong-armed you into it, and you didn't choose. So that's why she's mad.
Okay.
Is that
To be clear, that's fair.
okay? No, it's one of those like
It's the fun part of perception, right?
Yeah, it's one of those like, do I remember it wrong? Because I also have slept many times.
Not only do
Yeah.
the characters have different perceptions, but the people have different perceptions of events.
And I have a not great
Normal
memory.
standard.
Yeah.
Me either.
It's a blur, and I remember nothing.
So to be clear, we are all friends, and we are all having a great time.
The characters,
the
very
characters,
confused,
strained,
very upset.
strained. But yeah, there you go. So there's your out of
Stall
game
for you. Did you
answer,
find
as it were.
anything?
Yeah. Yeah.
Marlena, we stalled. What did you find?
No, I don't think I'm trained to use martial, so
You are not.
it's just symbol
Dang.
with like rapier.
I can use martial. You can buy me a sword.
You can buy yourself a sword if you want cold iron to be useful in hell.
You could.
I'm going to do it myself.
Silver is
So,
actually probably useful as well against devils, right?
You
Since that's
do
what we do
remember.
expect to fight.
Yeah, you do remember learning that silver and coal iron both are not necessarily equally effective, but they'll both be very useful in against fighting demons.
Yeah, I think if
devils.
I come across something silver that I can afford, I'll probably pick it up.
Okay. And just for time's sake here, Azalea, you are the kobold that runs the place is willing to reforge the sword into a rapier for 150 gold pieces.
to go to the other smith and just have them make me a rapier out of cold iron.
Okay, so you want to go to
On
the
purpose.
to Ice Shaper
How much
Smithy?
How much would that be rather than reshaping it? Just something
Okay.
else. 'Cause I trust
Well,
him.
this one we're gonna RP that one for sure. But so so you head over to Merchant's Row after kind of turning down the person over there,
the
and
soft. I'll think about it.
yeah, a soft. I'll think about it, which means no.
Yeah.
As is tradition. So you head over to Merchant's Row, and the it's it's kind of the same as it ever was, and yet it's still somehow different. Seeing it from maybe the other side of wanting to maybe break into one of these places rather than just live in one of these places, and
Yeah.
it's certainly a shift in how you approach these things, and you do your best to kind of ignore all of the rich people and kind of the feelings that are welling up inside of you, and kind of just make a beeline toward Ice Shaper Smithy. And it's actually not terribly busy because even though Master Ice Shaper is an extremely sought after artisan, he's pretty much just that. He's an artisan, and he's very very expensive. And when he's working, he's working. And so, generally speaking, he will tell people to kind of fuck off, and he'll finish his work, and then they can come back. So it's actually empty inside the smithy of customers anyway. And it is a gorgeous shop. Gorgeous. It is fairly large. Just the showroom itself is like 100 by 100 feet of just like jewelry, of clearly enchanted arms and armor, circlets and bracers, and there's like chess pieces and everything. And this man is very clearly a master at his craft. And you'd spent some time in here before, and you see you hear rather Master Ice Shaper kind of in the back where the actual smithy is, and he seems to be alone, or whoever's back there seems to be alone. But from your knowledge, it's usually just him. Uh, and you kind of do you like walk in and try to peek your head into the smithy, or you just kind of like look around the shop and wait for him to come out? Like, what are you trying to do?
No, I'm gonna peek my head and be like, "What's he doing?"
Yeah, so you peek in, and are you trying to like be stealthy at all, or you just kind of just no?
No,
Okay.
I'm gonna be not. I don't want to be rude, but like more like a, "Hey, if you notice me and start the conversation, let's get going."
Yeah. So he is a master craftsman. He works for the uh the Hammer of Vidor. It's kind of it's a religious sect, but also he's part of the Merchants Guild as well. Um, so he's kind of got a mix of things going on in his life. But you see this, he's an old man even for a dwarf. And he's bald and he's got this really long white beard and mustache, and it's in like these five really big braids that have all these different gems kind of woven into it, and big iron um, chunks of metal that are kind of part of the braids. And you see that he's squinting through. He's got these multi-lensed like glasses that he's wearing, and he's got like five lenses down, and he's like really paying attention to his work. He's just wearing a very simple like black shirt and black pants, and just a very not. It's just like a brown leather apron. Um, but you can see that he's wielding just like a. It looks like a typical like work hammer, but it's got all these runes kind of etched into it, and they're glowing like a bright red as he's hammering some sort of metal. And you can just kind of see around the shop that there's ingots of all sorts. You can see there's like this dude's just got pure gold shit laying out. Like that is pure fucking gold. There's like thousands of gold pieces worth of gold here, and that's just the gold. There's other shit laying around too, and really you don't even recognize half of the metals. Some of them look like they're actually hot, and they're just sitting on the ground like radiating heat, and some of them kind of have this like a little bit of mist around it, and there's actually a couple of like it looks like heavy like lead or steel like chests that have big heavy locks on them that are closed. And he's by this forge, and this forge is like the actual part where he heats the metal is massive. It is probably like 50 foot wide, maybe another 100 foot deep. Like you could walk into this thing and it's like a room. You could, but I mean, there's a small area for maybe somebody his size or maybe Cyra's size to like fit in. But you don't know why anybody would walk into those areas. But you can smell that he's clearly been working some time now, and it's like past noon. It takes you a while to get out here. Um, and he is working pretty hard. But he looks up and he kind of notices you. And just he doesn't really say anything, and he kind of takes whatever he was working on. It clearly needs some more time to fire anyway, and he puts it into the forge, and he kind of works the bellows for a moment, and he lets it sit. And he turns and puts the hammer down on his anvil, and looking at the anvil, even the anvil is covered in runes of red and blue, and really you can't read them, but this whole room just like exudes magical energy. And he kind of walks towards you and kind of towards the front, and you can see that even with his glasses on, he at certain distances the lenses just don't quite work, and he's kind of squinting at you, and he's squinting over the glasses at you. Um, he says, "Good afternoon. What what can I do for you?"
How much for a cold iron rapier? Quick.
Roll a diplomacy check.
Hold on. I think it's a +1. It's a +1. So 16?
And so he kind of like heads out toward the front of the shop, and you can see that there are display cases of different weapons and whatnot. And he says, "Rapier, eh?
Yep.
Let me see. A cold iron. I have
Mm-hmm.
some cold iron weapons here. Let me take a look. I think And he kind of shuffles around toward one of the cases, and he's got a big old key ring on his belt, and he kind of shifts the apron over and he takes it out. And Azalea, you realize that he had one hammer that he was working with, but like his entire like the left side of his belt is all like he's just all tools hanging from his belt. And you know this just from being a little bit seasoned, but he could kill anybody with any of these things. Like this dude is, even for a dwarf, he's ripped. He's been clearly working at the forge for probably hundreds of years, and you realize that just a lot of like forge masters have a tendency to be a little bit stronger on one side than the other. But you've just from experience, you realize that he is ambidextrous, and so he's like, it doesn't matter what hand he's gonna hit you with, he's gonna kill you either way. And he opens up a case and he takes out a
So
very
you have chosen death.
you have chosen poorly. So he takes out a rapier, and it's a very fancy rapier, and it's kind of a dull gray blade, very sharp looking. And the guard, the basket of the rapier is it's just these swirls of silver inlaid with some jewels. It doesn't appear to be enchanted at all. It just appears to be very rich, as it were. And he walks over to you and he says, give me your hand. Let me make sure that this works."
Okay.
Okay. So he takes your hand, um, and he just like he very gently, even though they're like very heavily calloused hands, uh, he's a very gentle touch to them, and he kind of like makes sure that it kind of fits just about right, and you realize that even if you were like a master swordsman, he's probably more well aware of how a weapon feels in somebody's hand than that person does. And he kind of gently wraps your hand around the hilt and like kind of inspects it, and he says, "This I could perhaps work. It would take me a day, perhaps, to take down the hilt, but you were not looking for any sort of enchantments, were you?" Maybe. And he like he's looking down at your hand and he looks up at you. That would take much longer.
Like a lot longer, like a couple weeks longer, a
Well,
couple days.
I don't think you could afford a rush job, and that would
Fair
still
enough.
take me a week or so.
Yeah, I don't got that time. We'll just do no enchantments.
And so he very gently like takes your hand away from it, um, and he kind of very for just a moment kind of inspects your hand, and he kind of lets go, and he says, "Come back, come back tomorrow. I'll have this for you tomorrow. Then you can pay."
Okay, I will tomorrow night, morning, afternoon.
This time tomorrow.
This time tomorrow. Okay. Um. Thanks. I will be back this time tomorrow.
And kind of as you're kind of backing away from him and you kind of go to turn, you see something kind of in his eyes as he watches you leave. Um, and
I'm
you
gonna
kind
leave a
of
little quickly.
you head out back out of the street, um, and head
Like
back.
not like a like. Oh, I'm just gonna speed up a touch. Like it's gonna be real awkward. Like my movement is really
There's a couple of people that kind of give you a funny look.
trying to go.
And as you leave, you end up passing some people just on the road that again they give you kind of funny looks, and you recognize that there are this is a rich part of town, and there are merchants, and there's a lot of traffic as you're kind of moving through here, and seem to be more like carts and whatnot of looks to be like food, and there are big casks. They're kind of heading toward the southern side of Merchants Row, but yeah, there seems to be a lot of supplies for something.
Weird.
Uh,
All right, time to go back to the inn.
Yeah, so you'll get back there about evening time. So
Cool.
Tor, you said that you were looking for some sort of silver weapon. Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, that's what I would buy, just to fight the devils, because we know we're fighting devils,
Yeah.
or we're probably going to.
Is there a specific type of weapon that you're like looking for, like an axe or a hammer or a sword or what?
Well, I'm not going to be picky, based on whatever they had in stock. If
Okay.
they had anything like that.
Okay. Just roll a society check for me, just so as you kind of wander around town, see what people have.
15.
Okay. Um, as you actually head back to the the place where you got your faux shard, um, and you kind of enter the shop there. And I want to make sure I actually give you the correct shop. The ironmongery. You see Talker there. And she kind of ignores you as you come in, but you look around and you immediately see there's a small assortment of silver weapons. And just from even your rudimentary knowledge of how things, they look fairly low grade, which I mean is cheap, which is nice, I guess. But you see that there is a silver war axe, a silver longsword, and also a silver dagger. That's kind of what they have. And if you want to buy any of those, each of them is just about 50 gold pieces each.
Okay. I'm just gonna look up the war axe. Well, I see the dwarven war axe, but I don't see a war axe.
Um, Stand by a second. Now I'm gonna look because I was like, I'm sorry, it's a battle axe, not a war axe.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I also misread. A battle axe.
There we go. Yeah, I think I'll buy the battle axe.
Yep. And that's 50 gold pieces for that. And one of Tacker's assistant, Tacker seems to be really busy, and this young human, almost a boy really, like young teenager type, comes over and says, excuse me, sir, is there's something I can help you with? He's kind of
Oh,
wringing his hands nervously.
yes. I need a specific type of weapon. I need a silver weapon. I believe that is a silver battle axe back there.
Oh yeah, yes, of course. And he goes to reach for it, and it's actually like hanging on a just on a mount on the wall, and he's much shorter than you are. He's like 4.5 feet tall. He hasn't quite hit his like maybe finished his growth spurt yet. And you realize looking at him that like his clothes are kind of small. Like he was once wearing pants probably like 2 months ago, and now they're like capris. And and he grabs like a step stool and he steps up and he lifts it and like I need you to make a reflex save there, Tor.
Oh yeah, I got this. 20. Or sorry, no, 19 or 28. Sorry.
Whoa, okay. So as he goes to pick it up, it's the head of the axe is just so heavy, and he's just, even though he seems to be an apprentice and it looks like he probably does a lot of heavy lifting, he's still not very muscular. And he like lifts it up, and it like starts to go backwards, and you like catch the head of the blade and his back, and he's oh oh thank you, sir. Oh yes. Well that was 50 gold pieces.
Yes. Careful there, and maybe hit the gym after you're done. And I slide him 50 gold pieces.
And he takes it and he starts heading towards the back, and he's glancing not so much nervously at you, but at Talker, the kobold that owns the place, who clearly didn't see this. Otherwise, you would expect something would have been thrown at him. But thankfully, she didn't notice as he kind of puts the money away, and he kind of calls over from one of the counters. Is there anything else that I can help you with?
No, I appreciate this, and I'll be on my way. Thank you. I'll strap it to my back.
Day. And he just kind of like pats himself down, like dusting himself off, like clearly just trying to get all the nervous energy out of him, and you kind of step out and head back out onto the Kothon. That took you all of like 20 minutes to do, just the walking to get there. Is there anything you wanted to do for the rest of the day, or you don't have to do anything?
I'll just go out kind of behind the inn and just practice with my new weapon. I'm taking swings and cuts and swipes with it, get familiar with it.
Yeah, it's maybe not a well-made weapon, but it'll do. It is certainly low-grade silver, which is not really going to hurt you in this case. It's certainly not very pure, but you think it'll be enough to, do what you need to do when you eventually get to that point. And yeah, it's you take to it fairly quickly. You've always been fairly good, kind of adapting and adopting new weapons. Hi, Paddington.
Oh, Paddington.
But yeah, you spent some time doing that. Cool, and that'll take you out pretty much to the evening time. So Cyra, we're on to you here. What did you want to do for the day?
I would like to go find warm clothing. I expect Tell's going to be cold, and
That
I
is
don't
right.
want to be cold.
Yes. Yeah, so you quickly just head over to the nearest shop is the well, actually, you're halfway between the shops at the Kothon and Carthos General Goods, both of which probably have winter clothing. It is kind of up to you, whichever one you want to go to. You had gone to the shops at the Kothon before. You remember the Undine woman that was running the place. But the other general goods store you haven't been to yet.
I'm going to do the shops at the Kothon because I also, if I can find a little silver dagger or cold iron dagger, I'm not going to drop 50 gold on it, but if I can find it for cheaper.
Yeah. So you head over to the shops at the Kothon, and it's fairly busy in here. Lots of kind of merchants, travelers moving in and out, and you see that the Undine owner of the place, she's kind of got this light blue skin. She's wearing this bright orange dress, and she's kind of looks like stocking shelves in between helping people. And you're looking around, and you very quickly find kobold-sized clothing, although you might have to do some adjustments to it.
Is it actually children's clothing?
Yeah, it appears to be children's clothing. You might have to kind of cut a hole in the back for your new little winglets that you've been starting to kind of grow, and they're a little itchy. And also maybe a tail hole, but you may have to maybe slice the toward the ankle lower part of the legs just to give your a little bit larger legs a little bit more room. But you think these will be fine, and they're thankfully fairly cheap. But yeah, you're able to kind of pick those up.
What's the cost of them? I don't.
It's labeled as 4 silver pieces.
Sweet.
And then
I'm happy to pay 4 silver pieces, and unless you want to roleplay it.
No, that's fine. And then as for, yeah, you don't happen to see any obvious silver or cold iron weapons here. Everything looks fairly mundane in this shop, which is not necessarily a bad thing, just not what you're looking for.
If I wander through the other shops, are there daggers that are marked? Trying to figure out what should I expect to pay for a silver or cold iron dagger.
Roll a society check for me.
Okay. Oh no. That sucked. Oh, it sucked. 14.
You realize that most of the expense of the materials, or is the materials really, and the forging. So even though a dagger itself is not worth a lot of money, the cold iron or the silver will make it cost quite a bit. Upwards of 40 gold pieces, really, for anything, even at a low end grade. Now, if you wanted
I'm poor right now.
If you wanted something high grade, you'd have to spend maybe even a platinum. So it's not even nowhere near worth it for you. And you don't see anything else worth getting. I mean, you can go to the Ironmongery, and they do have a silver dagger there.
No, I'm not going to spend that money.
Okay.
And and once I realize that upwards of 40 is the minimum, I'm just going to, not a melee character, just going to stay away from it.
That's fair. Okay, so you, is there anything else you wanted to do during the evening?
Can I just do society check? Oh. Are my friends still at the inn?
So they're all like by the time you get back there, it's like afternoon time frame.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I meant the other performers that I performed with.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
You would have to travel.
Her real friends.
Her real friends.
No. Azalea has been honest about her trauma, and so she gets to be a friend, even if she's a weirdo, and she is.
You would have to go over to Merchant's Row and head that direction for the afternoon, evening time frame if you wanted to do that. If you want.
You don't have any other plans?
Okay. Yeah. So you head up that way, and yes. So you find the Hillgarten revelers there at the Riverfront Inn. They're still there. You see Sabina and Dalmatio and Rufo are there, and they kind of wave at you, mostly in between a set. Even this early in the day, I mean it's kind of mid-afternoon by the time you get there. They're playing, and it's not like a crazy time of day yet, but they're more like they're almost warming up just to get ready. But yeah, they kind of just wave to you and go back to, well, Sabina's anyway, tuning her cello, and Damazio and Rufo are just kind of hanging out and cleaning their instruments.
Cool. Between sets, I just want to. What are their plans for the next couple days? I want to make it really casual. I don't want it to seem like I'm asking a favor because I'm not asking anything yet.
Okay. Roll a perception check.
Okay, that's not bad. 24.
Okay. Wow. I just had a huge mind fart. It's fine.
Sorry, I was like, what's happening? That's not the face I expected.
My brain just leaked out of my ears there. I just had I just got hit in the head. I had a factory reset. What did I even ask you to roll?
You asked me to roll a perception check because I want to chat with them about what are your plans for the next couple days. But I want it to be super casual. I'm not asking a favor yet, and so I want it to just seem social.
Okay. Then also do a diplomacy check for me, and I'll
okay, yeah, that's what I was actually
about
expecting.
The perception part.
That's not bad.
I think I realized I said the wrong word, and then my brain just was like, no, and it just stopped everything, and I was like,
error.
25.
Okay. So you can see that Sabina is tuning her instrument, but she's not necessarily paying attention to you. As you kind of come up and are kind of chit-chatting casually. But then you ask about their plans, and then she kind of brightens up a little bit. Excuse me. And she actually turns her attention away from the cello and pays attention to you. She says, "Oh, well, actually, we're playing a party. We're playing a party, and well, not tonight, not tomorrow night, the night after." And the other two guys nod in agreement. Yes. Well, it's down on Merchant's Row. I mean, we are a bit more highbrow than some of the other folks that we've seen around here. But it is at Guild Leader Nerkos' home, just down the way.
Nerkos.
Yes.
Well, do you need a fourth? I'm worried my little group might be departing earlier, but do you need a fourth? Would it help?
They all kind of look at each other, and Damazio just kind of shrugs and says, look, we already got paid. Well, and he kind of looks at Sabina, and Sabina says, I'm sorry. I wouldn't say no, but I don't think I could work in some more coin to pay you. And on top of that, there's been the background checks and whatnot to get in the Guild Leader Nerkos' house, and I mean, we might have time. I'm not entirely sure if that's something.
No, it sounds like a lot of hoops when I can't commit immediately. But I am very excited for you. I do hope it goes well.
Yes, well, I do as well, and you actually realize that she's wearing a little bit newer, a little more expensive jewelry. Oh. She's clearly
spent her money,
and it's like you can kind of just from the time you had spent with her that she's probably conflicted about buying it and then just waiting for that show, and she spent some time debating it and fuck it, she's just gonna wear it. And you see the others also have their clothes look a little bit finer, a little bit newer, and like they've clearly been laundered very well recently, and maybe checking the tailors around town to get them like a little bit better fitted. Um, Damazio's suit always looked a little tight, and now it looks like it fits him properly. Um, so it looks like they've all already gone and not only did they get paid, they also spent the money that they would otherwise maybe split with you.
Mhm. Well, I do wish you all the best.
Oh yes, of course. Well, if you see us again around town, then I'd be happy to see you and say hello. And otherwise, I wish you safe travels.
Much appreciated.
And
And
the
I'm
other
just
guys
gonna
just kind of clap you on the shoulders and
buy a
kinda,
drink, and I'm just gonna kind of sit in the crowd, and I will put. They collect tips, right?
yeah, they do.
Sure. I'm gonna toss a gold in.
Yeah, Sabina's got this really, really big. She's wearing like seafoam green, and she's got this really, really wide-brimmed seafoam green hat that she kind of keeps out in front of them.
That's so funny.
And it's
Now
actually,
put it on.
sometimes she has it on, but for tonight, it looks like just from your experience, all of them have hats, like the men have trilbies, and they would every once in a while like they just kind of pass off who's wearing what hat,
Mhm.
and like who's collecting coins that night, and it happens to be Sabina's night to collect coins in her hat. So,
'Kay.
you toss a gold coin in, and how long are you gonna sit there for?
I want to be back at the scullery by before sunset. Before sunset is over. Before night.
Yeah, okay. So, you're able to sit through like a song or two, and you kind of toss it over there, and then it kind of clicks. Like you almost get like,
I gotta go.
yeah, you get really into it. And you're like, oh shit, I gotta go. And you just kind of get up.
It's like me in real life.
Checks out. Checks out. So all of you end up reconvening without issue in the evening to Silver Scale Scullery, and the place is bumping. There are so many people in there. It is super packed. You guys are only able to get a table, mostly for the fact that you've been there for so long that people kind of like give you a little bit more of a berth because it seems that Scully is paying a little bit more attention to you than everybody else. So they kind of pick up on that and they're like, "Oh shit, maybe they're important," and kind of get out of your way.
We are.
Yeah, you're very important, self-important maybe.
We smell of rich leather and mahogany.
Mahogany
And silver
and yes.
and gold.
So you are all now sitting at the table. Have at it.
All right, I have some news. In 3 nights' time, so not tonight, not tomorrow night, but the night after, 2 nights' time? Whatever, not the point. There's going to be a big party at Guild Leader Nerkos' house. I bet a fancy family like the Quickthorns will be there.
That would make sense. He is the biggest name in town.
So if we want to do anything, seems like a good time for it.
Yep.
Sam's
alright.
probably die tomorrow anyway.
Slugger, pull your microphone away from
You're
your
breathing
mouth.
again.
Yeah, you're breathing too much.
You're breathing again.
There
Stop
you
it.
go. Yeah, stop breathing.
Is it the laptop? This doesn't happen at home.
Well, it is. I don't know, but either way, continue.
Yep. I heard the same thing, but yeah. I mean, that would be the time. That would be the time to go. Is in a couple nights.
How much longer do we have until the ship's ready?
Like 3 or 4 days is what you recall.
Sounds perfect. I'm probably gonna die tomorrow anyway, so
Well, that sounds unfortunate.
yeah. That's okay. Maybe. I don't know. He might be cool about it. We'll see.
Would you like to elaborate?
So we're going to hell. So I figured I get some supplies, like I would. So I went to the guy who makes the weapons, and I think he recognized me. So that's bad.
And that's a bad thing.
Yeah. Maybe. Probably. I'm gonna go with probably. Definitely probably.
I mean, you served your time, right?
Yeah, I mean, I still, even though it was fake, according to the law, I killed a member of the most powerful family, so that's not great.
But like, you're allowed to be here, right?
Legally,
Seems like
it's
you're fine
probably
then.
not a good look, but like,
And he would carry that you killed somebody. Why?
like I said, it was only the most powerful family here, so like it's
But it wasn't his family, right?
no, it wasn't the dwarves' family. There were
Okay, so that one was rhetorical.
mountains. Where do dwarves live?
Everywhere.
Right? Yeah, but they like mountains. They're
Sure.
probably somewhere. I don't know.
Well, if you die, we'll meet you down in hell, okay?
Facts. Okay, you're right.
Should we like at least pick up the weapon you ordered?
Oh, I'm going to pick it up. Just maybe like somebody be there in case I am arrested for no reason. I don't know. Just like watch from outside the building, make sure I haven't been kidnapped or something.
Got it. Got you covered. I will definitely, completely inconspicuously watch from outside the window.
Yeah. All right. That's all. So, are we not breaking in tonight then?
I mean, we can. I also heard about a person called the porcelain woman. She's a bodyguard at the Quickthorns.
That sounds bad.
Yeah, it's kind of terrifying.
Sounds like my kind of lady.
Maybe we can find that's concerning. Maybe in a couple days over the next couple days we can try to find out who that is or what it is.
Yeah, have I heard of her already, or like
No,
she's a
this
new
is
addition?
this is the first you've ever heard of her.
Oh, I don't know her. That's concerning.
Sounds like she'll break quite easily. I've crushed porcelain in my hands before.
She is
don't
she is
start shooting,
strong, fast, and she kills intruders. So she could be at the house, or maybe the Quickthorns will take her with them. But
fast is fast because I'm pretty fast now. Like I'm pretty speedy.
I actually don't know.
It would make more sense for a bodyguard to go with the people she's entrusted with protecting.
I mean, but she might not be a bodyguard. She might be a guard,
Mm.
and that could be a problem.
Well, then it sounds like she's getting underpaid.
Not probably not. Probably not.
Bodyguards get paid more.
If there's something worth protecting at the house, I don't know.
Does anyone have plans for the next few days?
Not dying, hopefully.
Good plan.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with that because I was just out for a walk and then I got ambushed by a vampire. So like, I don't know what's gonna happen.
Well, you never know what's going to happen.
Wasn't it like midnight?
Yeah, out for a walk. Who doesn't? Are you saying you've never taken a walk at midnight?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Sounds like you haven't lived your life.
I haven't died yet. There's that.
Neither have I.
Dying's not terrible.
I don't trust you. That sounds bad.
Did you see any
I
sign
guess that
of this?
makes two of you.
Did you see any sign of this lady? I'm sorry, the porcelain woman, while you were scoping out the house?
Did I?
Nope.
Nope. That's
No,
even
nobody
worse.
even that even vaguely matches that description.
Nope. Not at all.
Not that it's much of a
That's
description, but
I mean, if she's just like sneaking around, like making sure she's not in the windows, then I probably wouldn't have seen. But like, no.
So we'll smash all the porcelain statues to make sure they're destroyed before they can move.
what did you say, Azalea?
I said I'm gonna go contemplate my life choices in bed. So.
Okay, Danny, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, she may not actually be made of porcelain. I mean, this might just be, could be a. Uh, she might just be like really pale.
So
And not to
Azalea,
be difficult, but
do you just get up and leave? Like, is that what's happening?
I mean, I'll still listen, but
Ah.
like I'm just kind of like, how did I end up here? What is my life?
Hey, I got a cool bag. And I like stick my hand all the way down into the bag, like up to my elbow.
Tis a
the bag of
holding.
holding.
Yes, it is the one that you guys were looking at a few weeks ago now.
How big is the opening? Like, what can I fit in there? Is it like 6 inches open? Like what?
That is a great question on how the bag of holding works. Um, da, 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 da. Hmm. Let me make sure.
Can I fit my head in it?
It can carry
You can put
25.
creatures in there.
It can carry 25 bulk. So let's say you can put something of bulk like 2 or 3 in there. So something fairly wide, like maybe a foot.
Okay,
Like
it's like drawstring.
yeah,
Kind of.
yep.
Kobold.
Yeah,
You could put you could fit like Cyra's leg in there.
cool.
But yeah, so it's pretty neat. Cyra looks like she has something to say, but has her mouth full.
No, sorry. I was like trying to imagine. I actually feel like if it was a foot wide, I could probably, like something as small as Sierra, probably could wiggle inside.
Through your, if you went like snout first, you could probably make it happen.
You go
Yeah.
rooting in there.
Yep.
And that's all she's thinking about right now.
Just seeing if she could fit into the bag of holding.
Purely out of curiosity, no plan associated.
Yep.
Okay, well, we just take it one day at a time. Azalea, survive tomorrow, and then we will try to learn more about this porcelain woman.
Yeah, that sounds suspect. I don't trust her. Just sounds like bad news.
Surviving. The whole thing sounds suspect, or just her?
Her, I would assume porcelain
Got it. Got it.
lady.
Yeah, just trying to make it through the heist. And then we'll see what happens.
Okay. And it's at this point it's getting fairly late in the evening. Is there anything you guys wanted to do before bed? You kind of seemed to settle on a modicum of a plan. Maybe. You guys all go to bed, sleep.
Yeah. Sleep time.
You sleep relatively peacefully through the night. Nobody comes breaking through any windows. Nobody gets attacked. Nobody has any dreams. You all awake on the morning of the 13th, well rested, and you take your time to prep your spells and potions and whatnot. And you kind of get ready to take on the new day. Azalea has to kind of go get her custom ordered weapon. But other than that, the rest of you don't really have anything in particular planned. So
I'm going to accompany her.
Okay. Tor, what are you doing today, if anything? You don't have to do anything. I'm just.
I think I'll just go look for some kind of light insulation, kind of like Sarah did yesterday, just to kind of insulate a little bit of the chill. I'm used to kind of the colder weather from where I was created, so
Yeah.
so I'd like just a little bit of a layer to help ward against the chill.
Okay. And Danny, what about you? Well, yeah, I'm like a waiter. I'm asking you as soon as you're doing something.
I'm just gonna tag along with Tor.
Okay. Yeah, you guys don't have to go very far, and you quickly find the shops at the Kothon have winter clothing in both your sizes, 4 silver pieces each. If you both want to buy winter clothing.
I I got a potion for this. Like,
Ooh.
I mean, we could still buy winter clothes if you want, but you know, if you want to stay limber and maneuverable, let's drink that.
Well,
It would
it's
take
kind of
4
hard
of
to
my
be.
reagents.
Might be better to save those for other things. And I'm not super limber in this breastplate. Kind of.
All right, well, I'll buy. I'll get some winter clothes, and I'm looking for like really pointy shoes, like warm pointy
Are you
shoes.
gonna be an elf?
They there are some as you kind of go through some older, definitely out of style. Not that you would know that, but skiing boots that have the long kind of back curve point. They're child sized, but they would fit you.
Awesome. Yep.
And
Definitely getting those.
you can get those with the winter clothing.
Sweet. Yep. Yeah, these are stylish.
Nice shoes. I don't know that I'd ever wear them, but they seem to fit you well.
There are a pair of skis there. Do you want to buy some skis that go with the boots, or just the boots?
Just the boots.
All right. Yeah, yeah. So you guys are able to do that. Is there anything you guys want to do for the afternoon? Because that didn't take very long at all. You don't have to do anything. I'm just asking.
I don't have anything else.
You need to get any more cigars or anything before we go to our journey?
No, I don't think so.
Any-
I got a couple left.
All right. Well, I don't know. We just maybe walk around for a little bit and see what's going on.
Both
Maybe
of
go look at the ship.
Both of you make society checks.
26.
24.
Yeah. It seems that guild leader Nerkos' party is the talk of the town. Anybody who is anybody is going to be at that party. You can hear as you're kind of walking down the Kothon, there's a lot of the ship's captains have a tendency to kind of gaggle together just to pass news and whatnot. Even if they may be, business competitors, they're still willing to talk shop, and that seems to be the shop at the moment. And even some of the ship captains have been invited. And as a matter of fact, you actually catch Captain Brangrinder. And he kind of sees you, and he's with Muri. They wave you over. It has been some time. It is good to see all of you. Well, what are you? Are you going to Guild Leader Nerkos' party? I doubt it. You're not very important.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Maybe.
Certainly.
Yeah, we declined his invitation. It's just not that great of a party. There's better ones to be had.
Well, the timing happened to work out. The morning or day or afternoon, the day after either way, and he kind of gestures to the brilliant barrel behind him. She'll be ready to set sail. We're getting our supplies now, and we'll be ready to go after this groundbreaking party, I'm sure. But here you are, not going, just declining his party. And he kind of devolves into this kind of fit of.
Well, at least we have the option.
And he like stops laughing, and Muri just kind of like looks defeated. She doesn't even say anything, but he starts muttering. Maybe muttering. He's kind of making noises. And Danny, you have no idea what the hell is. He's maybe just making annoyed noises. But Tor, you pick up that he's speaking some sort of language. You have no idea what language it is. And you actually notice that his attention is directed to. He's got a necklace on that's got some bone on it, and he seems to be like talking down at it as he's kind of holding onto it. And he's making bestial noises at it, and then he kind of looks to both of you and says, "Either way, be here in the day after tomorrow. The ship will be ready." And he kind of like he has a cloak on, and he very, very showy. Just kind of tosses his cloak, and then he turns around and walks away from you guys. And Miri just kind of like, sorry, just kind of waves and follows him. Okay.
He's out of earshot. I'll be like, well, we told that guy.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we told him.
So, at this point in the day, the other two have arrived at Master Ice Shaper's smithy, and again, it's quiet inside. You don't enter yet. There's nobody there. But go ahead.
So quick aside from everything. Do we know how cold hell is, or we just know that it's very cold?
How cold is hell, Legolas?
Yeah, well,
Very cold.
Okay.
It's fine.
This is a reference I don't get. I'm sorry.
It's a Lord of the Rings reference, and here you are. It's fine.
I know.
Yes, it is very cold.
Well, like, do we know if it's like severe cold, extreme, or incredible cold?
It
Do
is
we
very
know?
cold. You do not know. You could not put a modifier to it or a name to it. It is cold. It is deadly cold.
Well, okay, so it just says there's a heated cloak that looked cool, and I was thinking about getting it, but it says it offers no protection from extreme or incredible cold.
I am not going to tell you the answer to that.
Am I going to be wasting my money?
I'm not going to tell you the answer to that.
I feel like I'm gonna waste my money.
Then you can feel like not searching for a cloak like that.
Well, like, does the winter? I'm trying to look at what winter clothing protects against, and it says no description. So I
Well,
don't
that's
know.
because you're using a dumb app.
Okay, well then.
It is using. It protects or negates damage from severe environmental cold, and it reduces the damage from extreme cold to that of severe cold.
Okay, so I should probably get the winter clothing anyway. That'll be tomorrow's thing. But I just wanted to know if I was gonna let you know that I was looking for something or not. So.
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna go walk in and pay for my weapon now, I guess.
So, Cyra, what are you doing as she walks in?
So I want to stay close to the door so that I can kind of see it. But I also want to just like listen and chat with passersby because I want to know what is up with the porcelain woman.
Roll a
I'm not gonna call
society
it-
check for me.
$21.
Okay. I will get back to you. So, Azalea, as you kind of step inside, it is again kind of an empty shop, and you see old Master Ice Shaper at his forge again. This time, he's working on. Well, he was working on some metal last time you were here, and now it seems to be more shaped, maybe into like a shield or a breastplate or something. It's certainly wide and too big for any sort of weapon. And he sees you immediately, and he kind of stops what he's doing, throws he kind of quenches the metal for a moment, and he leaves it there to sit, and he steps out of his armory, as it were, into the showroom, and he quickly moves over to a separate counter, probably where he keeps his gold or where his transactions occur, and he removes this again the very beautiful blade. The hilt was certainly shortened just a little bit. It looks like maybe he added some sort of grip to it, maybe like leather or something like that. And you can see that he looks very tired, and he kind of heads over to you and very just kind of holds out the blade, and it's in a sheath, just a very nondescript looking kind of black sheath. And he kind of hands it up to you because he is far shorter than you are.
Yeah. I'll take it and attach it to my belt.
Yep. And he just kind of like, as you kind of go to resettle your things and reach for your gold pouch. And I need Azalea to roll a perception. Azalea, Cyra to roll a perception check for me.
27.
Yeah, so there's a kind of a break in the passersby, and I'll get to what the passersby say, but you're able to kind of overhear this part of the conversation, and even though he kind of leans in a little bit and whispers to you, Azalea, he's kind of loud enough, but also Cyra has a bit more of an acute sense of hearing. And Cyra, or Azalea, you don't notice Cyra like listening in. He's kind of like his eyes, his very green eyes, are kind of like a deep well of just experience and wisdom there. And he kind of pulls you in, and he actually just, as you go to reach for the coin, he takes your hand, and he kind of, and you're kind of just like lost in it, and he says, just be very careful. It is, I don't know what you're planning to do, and I know that you are not the person that they made you out to be. But I believe in you, and do the right thing. Uh, and he just kind of like, he's holding your left hand, and he kind of just very gently kind of just pats you on the top of the hand. And as a sign of like a show of respect, he very gently just kind of like kisses the edge of your fingers, and there's a certain sadness that you can see about him. I don't know where you're going or what you're doing, but promise me you'll be careful.
Well, I'm just gonna. Well, I haven't been, and I'm not gonna start now.
And he looks
Kind of as a joke to lighten the mood because we have a relationship, and just kind of like pat him on the back and like.
and he smiles a little, and there's you can tell that that you're trying to lighten the situation has really not lightened his mood at all. But he gives you a very soft smile, and you can see that some of his teeth are like they had been missing. They've been replaced with something very expensive, kind of a shiny white metal. And
Is it mithril? He's got mithril teeth.
and he's
That's a yes.
he just kind of like looks at you and, all right, well, I just don't do anything too rash. I wish to see you again, but I understand if you need to leave.
I'm with better people this time. No.
Well, just know that those people that were, well, I am sorry for your loss, Oliel. Please, just take my condolences. And he just kind of like turns away, and you can see that even from here, that there's a very small like tear that kind of squeezed its way out. You can tell he was trying to be very serious and not kind of break. And he kind of turns away and kind of just gives you a hand of goodbye, like as he turns his back to you and heads back into his forge.
I'm gonna put 20 gold where he normally collects things. Because I pay my debts. And I'm gonna go.
Okay. And so, Cyra, as you kind of partially hear this exchange,
What quality is this cold iron?
this cold iron, let me just make sure. Stand by. Oh, God damn it. Where is it? There it is.
Because there's so high and standard.
This is standard grade cold iron. And
Not bad for 20 gold.
and he so at this point, Cyra, you're kind of outside, and you're noticing that there's a lot of party-related traffic outside. Definitely lots of carts with like food, and it looks like at one point somebody's like, there's a cart going by with like lots of fabric and it looks like tent poles. There's clearly some lot going on here, and there's servants moving back and forth, like lots of messengers running around, and it's really difficult to just kind of corner somebody and catch somebody. Now there are probably two people you can interact with. That don't seem to be in such a super hurry. There's one person, is a human man. He's kind of wearing like still servant's garb, but like mint green, which is kind of the nasty colors of the Quickthorns. Um, and there's also looks to be somebody in kind of the midnight blue of like the Merchants Guild that doesn't seem to be terribly busy, but like just kind of not necessarily meandering, but like going somewhere, but not very fast. You can probably choose one or the other.
I'm actually going to choose the Merchant Guild person. I don't want to raise any alarm for the Quickthorns to be overly interested.
Okay. Yes. And he kind of stops and he looks down at you and what? It's something I can help you with?
Yeah, I've got friends who are performing at the party tomorrow night, and I'm really excited about it. And I was hoping you could tell me maybe more about what they can expect.
The revelers. Yes, of course. I have heard of them. They're excellent. I've listened to them before. Suffice to say that I was I was out with somebody a little bit higher ranking than myself, but neither here nor there. I'm excited to see them again tomorrow evening. What to expect? Oh goodness. Well, lots of great food. Lots of wine. Very good wines. Mostly imports from Kalinata up to the northwest there. Anything from oxen steaks to some eggs of some bird I've never heard of. I don't know, Terra something. I don't know. It's spelled with a P, but the P is silent. It's very strange, really. Nothing I've ever heard of, but either way, some strange bird eggs there, and I expect, well, most everybody here on Merchant's Row will be going. He's seeing you standing outside of Ice Shaper's smithy. Master Ice Shaper himself is probably going. Goodness, I couldn't possibly think of who isn't going. There are merchant captains going. There are Sailors Guild captains going. Even the admiral, the Sailors Guild admiral here is going there. Yes, he's going. Admiral Ed Ledier. Goodness, I can't really think of anybody else that's really stands out.
Hypothetically,
Yes.
if someone were looking for a patron for their musical arts, would there be any opportunity to talk to the families? Or do you expect that there'd be kind of a red tape or something to stand between potential performers and potential patrons?
And he kind of thinks for a moment. He says, I'm going to be honest, this is going to be my first kind of a highbrow party, as it were. I'm honestly not sure. I would expect that these parties are meant to mingle. I'm certain if your musician friends were to ask around, they wouldn't have any issues. I bet maybe in between, I'm sure there's more than just one musical set coming. I just know of the revelers anyway. I'm really not sure. I would say yes.
Good to know. I'll be sure to pass it on to any potentially interested parties.
I'm sorry. I must get going. And he kind of like he looks. He has a very obvious like up and down look of you, and then just kind of like begins to walk off. And then yes,
Useless.
you overhear that part of Azalea's conversation just as she kind of exits the shop. It is midday-ish afternoon.
Well, you weren't arrested. That seems good.
Yeah, look at this kick-ass sword. And I'm going to show her how fancy it is.
A couple of servants walking by like give you a look.
Mind your business.
It is, in fact, a kick-ass sword.
Yeah.
Anything else we need
What am I
before?
gonna do with this one?
You're gonna what?
What am I gonna do with the other rapier?
Put it away. hold on to it. I don't know.
Sell it?
Use it as a toothpick. I don't know. It's up to you.
Want a long sword?
So kind, I actually have a rapier already.
Oh. Well, I guess I'll have to sell it.
Or you could look like you dual wield them and wear them on each hip.
I could go into dual wielding. I'd have to have 2 fancy ones. Later, one thing at a time.
Is there anything you guys wanted to do otherwise?
Nothing
Nope.
specific. Otherwise, I should buy winter clothes or
Okay.
at least something.
You're able to stop by one of the shops on the way back, spend 4 silver, and you'll get your winter gear.
Cool. I'm gonna stick it in my bag though, because I'm not wearing it now. Where's Danny with that bag of holding? I'm just gonna shove the clothes in there.
I mean, yeah, you get back. It's evening time. You all kind of meet up again at the scullery. Again, your table is open. Seems the patrons at this point realize you're regulars and that they need to give you some space. So, it's evening time. You guys are given your food. It seems that Scully is actually kind of just putting you up relatively free of charge at this point. But you also note that there have been no fights or altercations since you got here, so... so other than, the vampire incident, which you quickly took care of. And some of the faces you begin to recognize in the crowd probably recognize you as the people that, like, fucking killed a guy in the street and didn't get arrested for it. So, yeah, you guys are given some food. It looks like it's a very hearty stew of some sort of meat. Probably potatoes. Maybe something else? You're really not sure.
Well, we are pleased to report there were 0 arrests and murders of our Azalea here. I'm going to Vanna White at her.
Yeah, from your lower. Yeah, there you go.
I stand on a chair to do it.
It is agreeable to see you not dead, Zelia.
I'm still gonna show off the sword again because it's cool looking.
And that is a very fine sword.
Yes. Best guy in town made it for me. Put it back.
You could afford him? Wow.
Yep.
I am impressed.
Yep. Get better, bitch.
Apparently.
I'm gonna go ahead and put my boots on.
Yeah.
That's right, Danny. And then I'm gonna shove the clothes in the bag of holding.
Yeah, so it's on your
It's
belt.
my bag. Go get your own bag.
Apparently you can afford it.
Holding, it's the group bag.
He never said that.
Okay, fine.
It's on a see.
Well, you know what? Hey, everybody pay me like 15 gold, and yeah, it'll be a group bag. I'm just kidding. You don't have to do that.
I was going to ask, is that how we're allocating group resources now?
No, but hey, check these boots out.
They are quite pointed.
And then I'll like do a little shuffle step, like.
Those look sharp.
He's quite proud of the boots. I had to hear about them all the way back. They are kind of stylish.
They are definitely a style.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know,
checks out.
right? Stylish. Yeah, great.
They are something.
They are a style.
Cool. So you're able to show those off, and I mean,
I am so sorry. Can we take a bathroom break? I don't like this
yes, I
meeting.
was about
I'm
to
dying,
say.
though.
I was about to say it is time for a break. So
Sure you were.
go. Well, yeah, it's the evening time. Like, unless you guys have anything else to say, it is break time. We hit the 2-hour mark. So go take your breaks. We shall return. Okay, cool. So it's the evening at the Silver Scale Scullery. You guys have all reconvened, talked about your things you gathered
Old
during the day
Paddington.
and whatnot. Yeah, is there anything you guys want to do before you went to bed? For the day of the party is tomorrow.
We're going to be the bells of the ball.
No, we found nothing about a porcelain woman.
Nope.
We still know nothing.
You guys know nothing. You see
None of your friends
nothing.
know
You
anything.
hear nothing. You know nothing.
Maybe we
And
should
you
stay
will-
up. Maybe we should stay up all night and then. Oh wait, when's the party? Tomorrow night?
Tomorrow evening, yeah.
Okay, never mind. We're fine.
We
Just go
could
to
set
bed.
out first thing in the morning and see what we learn. Make it a concerted effort.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good idea.
Best I got.
I mean, I don't even know who to ask at this point. I mean, we're probably just gonna have to like run into this thing and get killed
We'll just
or
break her.
maimed.
She's a porcelain woman.
If she sees me in these shoes, maybe she won't attack. I mean, what I'm saying is they're stylish and attractive, and whatever.
She'll probably definitely sweep you off your feet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope she rips your jaw off. Looking at Tor.
Well, that's just rude.
It's not like hope, but like I think it'd be funny after you talk so much shit. Like not like I'm hoping for it, but it would be kind of funny. Low key.
I wouldn't be able to laugh though.
You wouldn't be. I would be.
But it's not that funny if I can't laugh.
Make an intelligence check there, Tor.
Oh, that's pretty good. 19.
You could probably make the sound of laughter as a jawless abomination. You could probably still laugh, just it would be horrifying for everybody else. But yeah, you could probably laugh still, as long as they didn't take out like your lungs or even your throat. You really don't need it to make the proper sounds for laughing. It's just you're gonna have like one laugh and that's it.
Well, as long as it's the last laugh.
Checks out. All right. Anything else you want to discuss for the evening?
Do we have a plan?
I think I brought this up yesterday, and we did not. And here we are.
Here we are.
Yeah, sounds about right.
It's just a little difficult to plan when we don't know what we're up against.
Or what we're looking for, or what we're doing at all.
No, we've got what we're looking for. We know that we have a goal. What is this porcelain woman, and what other defenses should we expect?
Maybe we could just send in a beggar off the street, just pay him like 5 gold and tell him, "Hey, go walk in there and see what happens." That's mean. That's not right.
Yeah, it's a little mean.
It's like borderline evil. Sorry.
Sorry. Well, I mean, who's sneaky?
I'm pretty
You
sneaky.
lie?
I can be sneaky if I need to.
I'm sneakier than you.
You're too loud. If we need help, we need you to come in, like run in later on and like distract them so I can get away.
Like a bull in a porcelain closet.
Sure.
What do you think a porcelain closet looks like?
I'm sure there are porcelain ladies in there.
Something in the closet?
The porcelain closet. Anyway, yes. I'm kind of sneaky.
I hear there's a throne in there. People sit upon the throne in the porcelain closet.
All right. Well, if you and me can get onto the second floor and just look for any kind of documentation that pertains to what they would be doing outside of the country. Cool.
Oh, okay, I get it. Yep.
Do you have any forgery skills?
I've never worked a forge.
I'll take that as a no, thank you.
Is that like a specific skill or?
I'm actually going to look it up.
I
now
was
and
gonna
see.
say I'm looking it up because I'm curious. I think it's a thievery skill. I think.
Yeah, I think it's under thievery.
Or is it like crafting or deception? There's a, like, what is
Oh yeah, it might be deception. Let me see real quick.
it? Or like stealth? Like, I don't.
Well, now
Hello, computer.
things to learn here. 245.
Create forgery.
Oh, there you go. Thank you.
Um,
Oh, it's a society check.
yeah.
Cool. You must have the
And they
proper
use it.
writing material. You create a forgery, secret D20 society check. Only those who carefully examine the document and attempt a perception or society check against your society DC can see if it's real or not if you pass it. Huh. Well, I'll be damned. That's really cool.
Well, I think I could forge something pretty well. I mean, why don't we want to forge something?
That's it.
Just gives us the ability to change information that they may have recorded, cover our tracks.
Fine. I almost just knocked everything over. Sorry. Continue.
I was like, I didn't feel like what I said was that outrageous.
No, I hit everything. Everything just did this shit, and I was like, oh god. Sorry. So.
For instance, if there was anything on the Quickthorn estate that you were interested in, you could conceivably alter the documents so that it conveniently went missing. And they would think it was elsewhere. They wouldn't think to look for you.
I bet I could do it. I don't know if we have any paper and stuff, but you know.
Do you think they might? I'm a little deaf to our forgery. At this point, who cares?
I think this is gonna be okay. Porcelain lady is terrifying though. Fire bombs don't burn porcelain, but she may not actually be made out of porcelain. So
I doubt it. Unless they've got a. What kind of golem? Like, what would it be worth having a construct that's like Joel?
I guess you could. Let me make
Unless
sure
it
I
was
have this.
magical. In which case, we're kind of fucked either way.
You could try to do a. Let me make sure. Oh, I don't know. An
Like,
Arcana
if you're
or a
dealing
crafting
with-
check to recall knowledge.
But I mean, if you're dealing with the Ashlands, it's conceivable that the porcelain woman is just a vampire, and we've already killed one.
yeah, could just be a vampire.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
What if this time we came prepared with the holy water?
Ooh, yes.
Oh yeah,
Tor.
we were supposed to get that.
You sure fucking were!
This is the second time. God damn it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can seek out some holy water tomorrow.
Yeah. Like a couple. We don't know how strong this one is. We might need, like, I don't know.
I will get 2 vials. You want to get
Sure.
that with me tomorrow, Danny?
Yeah.
All right.
So we're gonna break in and then leave. Got it. All right, sounds good. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Wait, the
Okay.
front door or the back door? How are we breaking in?
It sounds like your plan.
Well, I mean, if you throw me up to the second story, it would save me some time.
Does anybody have a grappling hook? We've got plenty of rope.
Not yet.
Actually,
Danny has some
Yeah,
climbing
yeah.
pythons.
yeah, I've got a grappling hook, some pythons, and I have the things. I mean, I honestly, I think we just second story of a house. We could probably just climb up there. I got
Probably.
claws.
I could lift you up, probably. I mean, you're
Yeah.
tall and I'm tall.
Yeah. All right. Hold on, my climbing kit.
But
Oh,
maybe
yeah,
if we go through the front door, there'll be the least suspected entry.
As long as we can do it in an inconspicuous manner.
Hmm.
A delivery?
We could also just burn the house down.
That would.
I don't know.
From previous knowledge, Azalea, most of the house is made out of stone.
You could certainly try.
However, it is covered in vines. There are a lot of vines.
That would just be sad.
You would just get rid of the aesthetic. You wouldn't get rid of the house. So.
All the things inside the house, including the porcelain thing. So, but anyway, that's just a. I'm not gonna. We can't do that anyway.
Danny, you said you had a contact who was, you imply perhaps, less reputable that you might do jobs for. Would this person know anything about the porcelain lady?
That I would do jobs
Porcelain
for.
woman, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so there's there's two people. One of them is one who told me about the porcelain woman. He didn't seem to have a lot of details. He just said she was fast and dangerous and not a good thing. I haven't talked to the other guy, and I don't think he's the right guy to talk to. But yeah, I think the fact that we know that this thing exists is better than going in blind. So. How do we not have some method of recon, gosh, I'm just,
I don't know.
I'm just,
Function guy, make me invisible or something. Like, isn't that your thing?
I can make you look kind of foggy for a minute. You can look misty.
So to help you guys out here a little bit, if you want to spend time tomorrow before the party, like hiding somewhere nearby, and actively doing some reconnaissance of like, tell me what you want to track, of what you want to look for, of what things you're looking at, whatever. And those of you that are hanging out outside the estate, I can help you get those things. Because Azalea, even though you had done some recon of the household, you weren't necessarily trying to break in. You were just watching people. So that wasn't something you were specifically looking for. And I can tell you where certain things are, based on just what you had seen and what you remember. But I cannot tell you how to get into this place. I can help you.
You could.
I'm not going to, and I cannot. I'm bound by my ethics as a DM. I can't do it.
Ethics.
Yeah, let's surveil the house tomorrow. I think that's what we do.
Okay.
And I might dig through the trash. We'll see.
For evidence, right?
And snacks, yes.
All right, cool. So, you guys kind of turn in for the night. You all sleep just fine. And then in the morning, you guys all wake up, have your breakfast. Who is heading where?
To the house.
Okay, Azalea's going that way. Danny, where are you going?
Yeah, to the house.
Okay, Tor, where are you going?
Get holy water.
Yeah, Tor, I'm gonna
Probably.
leave you actually, and you just go get water or something.
Okay. So for time's sake here, Tor, you're able to get to the Temple of Stenengr fairly quickly and fairly easily. And even though Verschaug has a place at the graves, there's no holy water there, and there's nobody to sanctify it. So you just kind of go past that. You get to the Temple of Stenengr, and there are bottles of holy water. It costs 3 gold each for each bottle.
Okay. I'll buy 2 bottles.
Cool. You buy two bottles of that, and then you head over to the house to meet the rest of the party. So the rest of you, you guys. Just to kind of give you an idea of where things are, Merchants Row Boulevard runs north to south, right? There's a river running east to west. Actually, it's running west to east. Whatever. And the compound is kind of on that corner of the north-south running road and the river. So if you were to draw a plus sign, it's on the bottom right grid up against the lines. Cool. Now, because I'm ass at drawing maps, I was not able to draw a map, and I did not have time to do so. So,
What an ass.
the riverside, there's a wall. There's a wall surrounding the entire compound, about 10 feet tall. There's a wall that abuts the river, so it's right up against it. But there is a Azalea. You recall that there is like a servant's entrance there for them to either gather water or to dump refuse or whatever. And it's a very small gate. You recall that the main gate is kind of on the southern end of the boulevard part of the wall. So there's the one by the river is on the north side of the compound, and the one by the road is on the southwest side of the compound. Beyond that, you don't really know of any other major entrances or exits, or even minor entrances or exits.
Second floor windows.
Well,
I just
yes,
get
but
tossed
like
up there.
getting into the compound, there is no other way in, as far as you are aware. I presume you're all trying to be stealthy. That's a
We
presumption.
are doing our best.
You don't have to be. It's a presumption.
What's the tallest building around? Is there one that's tall enough to see into the compound?
So all of the houses here are all in their own compounds, and even some of the shops are. They all have like tall spires to kind of look out to the harbor. Even the Quickthorn estate is no different. The closest place that doesn't really have any way to like block anything, like to block entry, is actually the Ice Shaper Smithy. Danny, you recall going to the alleyway there between the compound and the building. It's like a 3-story building. It's pretty tall, actually. You can probably climb up that way and get a relatively good look into the Quickthorn estate. It's not necessarily like right across the street, but kind of like diagonal.
Okay, yeah. I'm going to go over there and see if I can get a bird's eye view.
I need all of you, including Tor, because Tor, you'll be here eventually, to roll stealth checks, please.
Can I give Danny my spyglass?
Yes, yes, you can. Yep. I believe that would be a natural 20. Is that what you're doing with the
Sure
hand
was.
Nice, very nice.
Nice. 12.
It is what it is.
18.
Okay.
39.
I got a 30.
Okay. And then, so Azalea, you hand your fine spyglass over to Danny. Danny, that gives you a +1 on your perception checks. And then I need you to make a climb check.
Okay.
Which, that's not a thing anymore, is it? I guess that would be
Part of athletics.
Athletics. Yeah, that'd be athletics.
I'm gonna use a hero point.
Okay.
Yeah.
19.
Okay, yeah, you scramble up to the top of this roof fairly quickly and easily. You actually hang out by one of the stacks, one of the forge stacks, and try to keep like behind it, kind of use it as cover, but also not try to suffocate on the fumes. Azalea, where are you trying to hide? Or what are you trying to look at, sort of deal?
So are we at the smithy, or we're by the compound, right?
You can be either place. Like, it's diagonal kind of across the street there. It's a boulevard. It's tree lined, so there's that too.
Well, like, are we actively sneaking in at this point, or we're just surveying, right?
Surveillance is what you guys had agreed upon.
Yeah, whatever's going to give me the most direct look at, like, layout and a best place to...
You climb a tree on the road, then. That would be your best bet. Make an athletics check. And Cyra, what are you looking to do?
I want to find out everything I can about the painted woman.
14 for athletics.
Okay, I mean, thankfully it's not a very difficult tree to climb. And the porcelain woman, so you're just gonna are you gonna talk to passersby? You're just gonna try to listen?
I'm going to. Can I not do all of them?
I mean, you can.
I want to watch any traffic in and out. And I kind of want to talk to the people who are around the estate entrance often to see who they've seen. If they've seen her, what does she look like?
Okay.
How often do they see her?
Okay. And Tor, when you come back, what are you going to be trying to be doing? Bleh. Having a stroke. It's fine.
Somebody call the Bondulance.
I'm John Bond. I'm having a stronk.
Yeah, I'll just be kind of hiding outside, waiting to be called in. So probably wait near like Danny or whatever while he's spying on people with a spyglass.
Yeah, you hang out by the smithy in kind of an alleyway. Just stay out of the way. Okay, so I'm gonna have Tor, Danny, and Azalea roll perception checks, and I'm gonna have Cyra roll a society check. And then I'm just gonna work my way around to everybody, and we'll go from there.
You're Ray.
You're A.
Okay.
Right.
All right. 19.
17.
Azalea, what'd you get?
28.
Okay. Cyra?
Nice.
16.
So we'll start with Tor here. So Tor, you kind of come back a little bit later in the afternoons. You get kind of a little bit less note on what's going on here. However, you guys kind of pick out. Let's see. You guys kind of figure out just based on rotations and whatnot and what you'd seen and Tor, mostly a lot of experience from your work. It appears that the guard changes every maybe 6 hours or so. It's like 6-hour shifts. You see it change once, about 3 hours in, and then kind of another 3 hours goes by as you get towards sunset, and there's not another change of the guard yet. So it's kind of your best guess there. But you also take note, just from your kind of low position, that nobody's like patrolling the wall, like outside the compound. There's 2 guards posted at the main gate, and that's all you see. You can't see anybody inside because it's a 10-foot wall. The gates are like solid wood. You can't see through them. But that's it. They opened, they changed, they closed. And yeah, it's getting towards nightfall at this point. And Danny, with your spyglass now, as you're staring down into this compound, so you see a couple of buildings, and you kind of parse out what they are over the course of a couple hours. There's the main house, which kind of it's this big kind of marble alabaster looking 2-story home with a big spire in the center. It looks almost like somebody had carved it or it turned a tree to stone maybe, and it's covered in vines and whatnot. You see that there's a servant's quarters, which looks a little bit more mundane, still very fancy. A servant's quarters. You see stables. The stables are kind of right near the gate. A very large garden, and the garden kind of wraps around from the west side, which is the front of the mansion, all the way kind of the north side, which is kind of near the river. You see what? Then you can kind of parse out what appears to be like a riding course and a tournament ground sort of deal. So, looking kind of, I'm listing things from kind of like north to south, right? You have the river, the servants' entrance, which you can't really see. The house is in the way. You have a very large garden, like the bushes and stuff like that are like taller than most people, even Tor. Like you could eat. It's a veritable maze, is what it looks like from your position. And you can see the main house, kind of next to the garden. The garden's kind of encapsulating the north and west side. South of the house is the riding grounds and tournament grounds. Southwest of that house is like the main gate and the stables. And then southeast of the house, kind of on the very far end of the estate, almost out of sight, really, is the servants' quarters. And that's kind of what makes up this fairly large estate. And Danny, you actually note that earlier in the day, as you're here, there's guards maybe passing, you count it, maybe every 2 minutes, passing a point, which you realize that if they wanted a higher security, they would probably just post stationary guards, but these guys seem to be more of a rotation. You can't see any stationary guards anywhere, but you expect that they're somewhere. And as the night kind of goes on, you actually see a kind of a bunch of activity as some horses are hooked up to a couple of carriages that are kind of wheeled out from the stables, and the stables are like fairly massive. And it looks like there's a bunch of guards getting on. There's a bunch of people. You see two very, very well dressed people wearing kind of the mint green, covered in jewelry and whatnot. There's a man and a woman, very probably likely the Quickthorns themselves. One of them is wearing a very, very well fitting military jacket, military style jacket. And presumably his wife, very sharp elven features. Even with the spyglass, it's kind of hard to make out, but just based on how everybody's like kind of fawning around them and their expensive uh, accoutrement, they're certainly probably the heads of the household, and they quickly get on a cart and start heading away. And Azalea, you kind of see this as well, a little bit closer. The stables kind of block a lot of your view, but you are at least able to note that, yeah, the guards, as the Quickthorns actually begin to leave, and you recognize them pretty immediately. You know what Alondrin and his wife look like. They're very obvious people, and Alondrin and Elena. And they kind of load up into the same cart that you had seen them leave in a couple days prior when you were kind of scouting the place out. And there's a couple of other carriages, rather, not carts, carriages of other maybe higher ranking servants and butlers, people you don't recognize. There's some guards that join in there. But even from what you had seen previously, Azalea, and from what you see tonight, that a lot of the guardsmen are probably members of the Forest Sprites. And considering the mercenary company is gone, this is probably fortuitous, as you would expect the whole company probably stays here, probably in tents, as the riding grounds are in kind of like dead grass and mud sort of deal. They probably kind of set up tents somewhere in there. You don't really remember. It's been a long time. That's kind of your hunch here. And Cyra, you kind of spend the day not necessarily heckling people, but kind of asking little pointed questions and seeing what you can find out. And eventually, you kind of work up the courage to like kind of not grab him, but you kind of stop a servant of the Quickthorn estate, just kind of like ask some smaller questions. And he seems a little suspect. But you kind of get the sense that there's an opening that if maybe you gave this guy some money, he might be more willing to talk to you. He seems like the only reason he stopped is you kind of caught him as he seemed a little disgruntled. You don't know why. Maybe he's
I don't
overworked.
care why.
Yeah, maybe he's overworked. You don't give a shit. But
I am happy to pay for information.
how much are you willing to pay?
Is 5 silver enough for him to talk a bit, or do I suspect I need to pay more?
Yeah. Looking at this guy, he's upset. And he's certainly willing to take your money, but you probably have to spend quite a bit. These guys are like, this family is fairly rich.
Are we talking like 5 or 10 gold?
You're thinking in the like 10, 15 gold range to like really get any useful information out of him. You could probably give him less, and like he might give you something, but you expect if you really make this guy's day, he'll really give you some. I don't know. He seems like he's got
I'll
some
give
juicy
him 15
gossip.
gold, and then I'll chat with this guy. What's he got?
And you see, he's an elven man. And he's younger. He's certainly like probably what would be considered a teenager to an elf. He's a little hot-headed, and he's all blushing and all upset. And he says, "Well, I haven't been working all day, and I was promised that I would go to this party, and I'm not even allowed to go. I just stuck here, and it's just, and he's clearly just kind of working himself up. And if you want to ask him something, maybe break in."
What happened? What is this about the party? It sounds like a big deal.
Well, yeah. I've been working my ass off. I'm cooking for these people, and I was promised that I would get a bigger room. I'm stuck with my fucking brother, and it's such a pain in the ass, and they were just man, and Madam Quickthorn is just so, God, and he looks around, she's such a bitch, and he's clearly pissed, and there's a small like broken cobble on the street, and he kicks it, and and I was supposed to go, and I'm an apprentice to the chef, and I was gonna cook for all these people, and this was gonna be my breakout, and I was gonna. And he's getting so frustrated, he's actually starting to cry a little bit. He's clearly just venting at you.
It sounds like someone took your spot in the party. What
Yes,
happened?
and they took my spot, and it was just oh one of the guardsmen. Apparently he's a chef, and I didn't fucking know that, but it's fine. And they just took him, and and maybe I don't know, maybe because he's good at. I'm not any good with knives. Well, okay, I'm great with knives. I can flay a fish in less than 30 seconds. Don't you fucking even try me, but that's the point. Not the point. No, this fucker, I don't know, maybe he's got a sword and I can't handle a blade. Whatever. I don't know. It's so upsetting that I can't even make my way out of here, out of this and he just kind of like shakes a fist at the place and like, look, I have to work there because my family is there, and I don't want to be here anymore. There's got to be something better than just being a servant. I mean, I would love to just be a chef and cook for people, but no, they just squash talent and they call me names. And he's just starting to, he's trying to hold it in. He's trying to be a big boy, and it's not working.
That is awful. I have to say, they don't sound like very good employers.
Look, they're not, and I love. Normally, I would go for. I'll go for walks and I don't know, when I was younger I would go into the garden and I would walk through the garden and nobody would bother me, but I don't know, it's just like I can't walk in there. It feels something's wrong over there. Just I don't know. I can't go in through the front. I'm not supposed to go through the front anyway. But like, it just doesn't feel right. So I don't know. I'm out here, and I'm so sorry. I don't mean to vent to you. Just I'm having such a bad time.
No, go on. Take your time. Tell me more.
Roll a diplomacy check. You wanna push the talk or like I can't hear you.
Sorry, it's a 25.
Yeah, and it's just I mean, God, they're so mean, and they have this big just brute keeping us in line, and God, I don't know. And he actually like as he's kind of talking and breathing a little bit heavier, you actually see him like wince, and you realize that his anger has been giving a little bit of adrenaline, and now he's kind of getting drained of energy of just all this venting. You realize that maybe he's actually in some sort of pain. And he kind of brings a hand down to his like lower rib cage on his right side,
I'm going to touch his arm gently. Did they hurt you?
and he just like this look of absolute anger just overcomes him, and he just like he's wearing this very very nice like very well laundered tunic, and he like for he he's not trying to like flash you or anything, but he like undoes his belt and he like pulls it up, and he tries to leave some down to be modest, but like he's a massive, just like yellow, green, like purple bruise on his like most of his like the right side of his torso. Um, yeah, this dude got like fucked up by something.
Who did this to you?
Uh, uh, it, it, and he just kind of like he puts it down, and then like as you ask that, this kind of a look of genuine fear kind of overcomes him for a moment, and he looks around for in case anybody's listening, and nobody seems to be like bothering you at all or listening, and he leans in really close, and he doesn't intend to be rude, but he like squats down in front of you because he's much taller than you are, and he kind of leans in and he says, "There's the lady Gira, she hit me, and I mean she's just a dog. And and then he kind of like puts his hand to his side again, and he kind of curls up a little bit, and she's just
Who is this woman that goes about beating the staff?
she the the Madam Quickthorn hired her for that. I don't know if she like takes pleasure in it or something. She just gets so angry and she hits people and she hits me, and I'm just glad that she just hit me and not hit me with something harder.
Does she do that too? Does she use weapons on you?
Oh well, not no, but there's always we're always told that if we tried anything that it could happen, and well, I've never tried it. I just got angry, and I was mad, and I didn't want to, I wanted to go, and I wasn't allowed to, and I had an outburst, and then I was told she was told to take care of it, and well, here I am, just
What is
supposed.
this Lady Gira like?
It's just she's tall, like, and he's probably like 5'11", 6 foot, and she's like my height maybe. Um, and you realize this kid is like he's clearly well fed, but he's very like wiry, and I mean, she's bigger than me. And he has no idea that Tor is just like right down the street a little bit, so has nothing to really compare to, at least to the people around him. Um, and she dresses in it. She has this like long black dress on, and um, and her skin is just it's weird. It's patchy. It's like as white as bone in some spots, and like olive, like tanned in others, um, she's just so mean and angry, and I mean, she doesn't speak very often, and when she does, it's usually just lots of shouting, and I, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take all of your time, and
No,
I
I'm so
just
grateful for your help. I had thought to perhaps offer my services to the Quickthorns, but with such staff, the way they're treated, is this Lady Gira always about? Does she stay with the Quickthorns?
and as you kind of ask this question, he um he's kind of been plied by both this money and the emotional support, but you notice something kind of comes over him as he's answering these questions, and driven now by rather than by money or by emotional support, he's now driven by fear. As he says, I can't, I'm sorry, I gotta go. She's and at this point, like, more of the fear comes from as the gates open. The rest of you see the gates come open as the carriages begin to leave. And he says, I can't be seen out here, and she'll be here tonight. I have to go. And he just kind of like
Be safe.
stumbles off away. Kind of like you realize he's going north, and he's probably going to cut into the servants' entrance, like near the river, probably. Um, but yeah, so at this point, the sun is pretty much set as the carriages kind of leave. And there's a train of 5 carriages that leaves, full of people.
That's a lot of people.
Staff, guardsmen, probably the Quickthorns themselves, you would presume, based on the carriage and what some of you had seen. Um, and based on now, you kind of wait a little while, maybe another hour, to kind of take note, and you realize that they've kind of left this place not necessarily unguarded, but there's a much longer gap between patrols, and they come in pairs, and you realize that there's only like 4 pairs of guards, at least along the outside of the house, and somehow, just looking inside, you all try to look inside the house, and it's really, maybe the windows have some sort of enchantment or something, because you can't really see inside. Um, but it seems that there's 4 pairs of guards on the outside, and they take like 5 to 10 minutes. They're not very like accurate anymore to the kind of their 2-minute rotation. So there's 5 to 10 minute gaps, and you just have the 2 guards at the gates. It's now maybe 6 or 7 at night. Now that the sun is fully down, um, you guys have pretty much observed what you can observe. What do you guys want to do here?
Am I able to see Tor down the street?
Yeah. You guys kind of know where
Okay,
each
I'll
other
start
are.
watching that way. Walking, sorry.
I was like watching for.
Okay.
Okay.
What am I supposed to be doing?
What's the signal, Tor? Yeah. So Tor, you've been like left alone most of this time, and nobody's stopped you or anything like that. Nobody's come by and like, hey, what are you doing here? You've managed to keep to your own, and you see Cyra approaching you.
Well, I have news and I have bad news.
Well, I'll let you start with whichever you'd like.
So I learned little about the Painted Lady, except that she is
Porcelain woman. It's
Sorry,
fine. Different franchise. It's fine.
the Porcelain Woman. One, she is monstrously strong, and the way she's described, I don't know that she has anything to do with porcelain. Sounded more like she has vitiligo. And the bad news is, I fully expect she will be there tonight.
That must be something we might have to deal with.
She's apparently cruel and beats the staff.
Well, that's not nice.
Do we know where the others are?
Danny is like up on the roof or something, right nearby.
Yeah, he's
I
up
just
on the
kind
roof.
of, I just kind of point up, Danny. I don't know where Azalea's at.
Cyra, you had seen Azalea go up a tree, so you know she's over there.
She is up a tree. Over yonder.
Okay, well, sounds like we're all nearby. I've been watching the patrols. The guards, my guess is they would change out every 6 hours or so. About 3 hours in, I saw them change, and that normal shift change from what I've seen working the streets here, over several months was about 6 hours is pretty normal. And the guard patrols inside are pretty irregular now that the guys they were protecting have left the family. So maybe we got 5-10 minutes between patrols.
Seem like we ought to hit between during shift change? Is that smart? Will they be extra vigilant or extra distracted, or maybe both?
Maybe probably a little bit distracted. That's if we want to go through this gate here. Do you think any of the other entrances would be better, like servants' quarters or anything like that?
We're going to have to get someone else's input. I just talked to people.
So Danny, at this point, you spy the other two kind of down below you, and you can climb down if you want. Azalea, you see them as
Definitely.
well.
Yep, I'm down.
What did you see, Danny? That dog.
Well, I don't know. Not a whole lot. It's a large compound, lots of buildings. It's guards that go by pretty regularly, but yeah.
Danny, another thing that you had noticed is that they mostly patrol around the main house. The servants' quarters is pretty well left alone.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they patrol around the main house mostly. Servants' quarters is pretty much left alone.
That makes sense, I guess.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Was there more?
No, it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, and another thing I forgot to pass, so I apologize, is that you very rarely saw servants moving in between the servants' quarters and the main house.
Okay.
So like maybe one
Yeah.
or two people at most.
Yeah, so they don't. There's not a lot of movement between the servants' quarters and the house. Just a couple of servants, I guess. It's pretty quiet.
Is that because there's the passageways under the house?
I don't think so. They left the servants' quarters and walked to the house, right? I mean, that
So
would be my
there's like
assumption.
not very many, like maybe one or two people at most, like over the 4 or 5 hours that you were watching. Azalea, you would kind of concur with the fact that they're probably, if they are moving, they're moving underground. Um, and and then just based on Cyra, what you had spoken with the young man about, if they are moving above ground, it's probably near the river.
So it's probably a good idea to sneak in through the servants' quarters to the main house, up and then back.
Yeah, I think that's probably the way to do it.
Should we go in through the servants' entrance then? To the compound?
Yeah,
think so.
probably.
You think we
How-
can be disguised as servants so we can just get through, or without raising any kind of suspicion or alarm?
Yeah, I mean, like they're not there, so you could probably just look the part and be okay.
If the Quickthorns know all of their servants' names, I feel like it's likely the servants all know each other as well. I don't know that we can discreetly sneak in like that. I'm not saying we should do something different. I don't think we should expect to just blend in with the servants, broadly speaking.
Mm,
I'm all for sneaking in. I just think we should commit to sneaking and not try to disguise ourselves. I don't predict a lot of success personally.
fair enough.
How tall are the walls?
About 10 feet. About 10 feet. They have like wrought iron spikes on the top. They're, I mean, I describe it that way. They're actually gold, but that's what they look like. They're just kind of the pointed bits.
But you could just easily like grab on and then like throw yourself over or whatever.
Yeah, it looks like there's no like barbed wire. There's no. They're not like curved out to kind of stop any sort of climbing. I mean, if you fell on one, you're gonna have a bad time. But hopefully you're not gonna fall on any.
Could climb up and over the walls if you wanted.
I do have a grappling hook.
Yeah, I mean, we could just sneak along the wall and then try to get into the servants' quarters that way. Probably
Yeah,
for the
the
best.
guard patrols are about every maybe 5 minutes at their closest, 10 minutes at their furthest. They're pretty inconsistent.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right. So is that what you guys are doing? Heading over to the kind of the southeast side of the compound to climb the wall?
Are we all sneaking in, or do we want someone out here to make a distraction just in case something?
I'd say we all go.
All right.
I think sounds good.
Okay. I need
I
everybody
can kind of
rolls.
hang out in the courtyard after we get across, and then come running in if you need me, I guess, if that's what you want to do. But it may take too long if I did stay outside of the courtyard.
Yeah, no, you're right.
I need everybody to roll stealth checks.
I don't get to keep mine.
Nope. This is a new
16.
instance. Okay.
23.
18.
Skills. 20.
Okay. So before we go any further, real life, does anybody have anything precluding them from continuing to play for a while? I don't know how long we're going. I just a heads up.
No.
I am not expecting to play next week. So
So unrelated. Slugger was like dancing, and her teeth like bugged out, and it looked like she was missing her two front teeth. Just to be clear, that's not a good look. If you ever lose your two front teeth, make sure you get fake ones put in, because that was kind of terrifying.
Nice.
Noted.
You're welcome. It was really weird. She was like dancing and no front teeth. I was like, what the fuck happened?
Wait,
punch in
out
the
of
face.
curiosity, just like the two biggest ones or any of them?
Yeah, just like it's two biggest ones, and then the other ones look kind of short and stubby, like you're on meth. It looked like you could have. So I actually thought for a second, oh my god, does she have fake front teeth and she pulled them out? Like, does she have dentures? I'm sorry. Anyway,
No, it's just fun. We're here for the laughs.
No. All mine.
Please keep going. No.
no, it's good. I don't have anything that precludes me. I may have to go check my barbecue here in a bit, but
Okay. Cool. Tor, you good to go? I presume. Okay. Awesome. All right. We'll press. So, you guys did all of your stealth checks, and you guys head toward the south wall of the compound, making sure to stay out of the line of sight of the guards at the gate, which, as far as you can tell, you're able to do. They don't seem to react. There's no shouting. There's no yelling. Like I said, the servants' quarters are on the southeast side. You guys are on the southwest side, so you guys kind of have to traverse the entire length of the estate before you kind of have to. And it's a large estate. But yeah, you guys kind of get to what you think is a reasonable place for to climb over. Just out of sight. It's dark. There's not really any lighting here. There's some foliage on the other side, like trees and whatnot, but certainly not the garden. And you can see that there's some lights on inside the servants' quarters. There's some lights on around the main mansion. Cool. Okay. So, everybody make climb checks, I guess. Danny, you use the grappling hook and toss it over.
Yep. They're not climb
26.
checks. They're athletics.
Athletics.
checks.
God damn it. Yeah, you're right. Athletics. I keep
I
keep going back to
suspect,
first edition.
guys, I'm probably going to require assistance. I'm very small and I don't really climb.
I got 20.
8.
14.
Tor, would you get?
26.
Yeah. So, fairly easily.
You can grab onto the scabbard of like my rapier, and maybe that'll help.
Yeah. So between the three of you, you're able to kind of help Cyra get over. And Cyra, it's not a very difficult climb. You just don't have a lot of forearm strength to kind of pull yourself up. But you guys are able to kind of crest the wall, not fall on any of the giant metal spikes. And you're also able to kind of climb down fairly easily and take the grappling hook with you, unless you want to leave it. Do you want to leave it, or do you want to keep it with you?
We'll keep it.
Okay. You keep it with you, and you guys get jumped down into the grass, and it's like partially dead grass. It's getting colder, and it's the end of the year and whatnot. And yeah, you kind of find yourselves on the southern end of the servants' quarters, and the servants' quarters are. It's like a two-story, glimmering marble construction. It's kind of almost looks like, now that you're closer to it, it looks like it's an artist's impression of like a forest of birch trees. There's lots of columns and it's all kind of wavy and it looks kind of like bark and whatnot. It's really cool. It's got a very, very expensive roof. Is what it looks like. It looks like it's maybe got some gold in it and whatnot. Like clearly, it's just meant to show off, not necessarily be
Right. You should be
functional.
happy to be our servants.
That's right. But there's green vines that are very beautifully, clearly cultivated, not wild, that are kind of climbing and looks like it's meant to give the impression that it's natural, but certainly it's very clearly just like a garden. There's like large second-story windows that are all closed, but they all have they have shutters. The windows themselves are closed, but the shutters are open. And the first floor has some smaller windows, but many of them are actually open to the kind of the now chill late autumn air. There's like a sizable backyard, which is kind of where you've landed. And there are servants moving in and around the house. Like there's some people outside. It looks like tending to maybe a small vegetable plot behind the house. Not necessarily in your line. You could go around them. But there are a few folks outside. There's two large chimneys, and you can see both are actively being used. There's you can actually smell it. It smells like bread. You can smell some roasting meat, something very strong and sweet kind of mixed in there. These are probably from kitchens. Or as far as you can tell anyway, there's a front entrance, a main entrance kind of facing west. And then there's probably a smaller entrance out back, and you're kind of on the southern end of this building. So you can just try to go to the main house. You can go into the servants' quarters and go underground. What's the play here, guys?
I'll look at Azalea to see what she wants to do.
What's probably going to be, I think servants' quarters is probably going to keep us the most covered. But it depends on how many are working. But they took most of the servants with them too, right?
That seemed to be the case.
Yeah, so it's probably safer to just sneak in that way.
Okay, you want us all to go with you?
It looks like whatever servants are either outside or in the main house at the moment. I think we should sneak through.
Okay, this is your gig. We'll follow your lead.
Are you going
Bad choice. Okay.
Are you going to the main entrance or the rear entrance?
Probably the rear one. It's whatever's going to be. Again,
Well, there's some people out. There's some people outside near the rear entrance. There's like a small garden there. But there seems to be nobody near the front.
Then we'll go with the front.
Okay. So yeah, Azalea takes point, and the rest of you kind of follow, and it's definitely a short, quick sprint to get there in a like a reasonable amount of time while also not getting caught. And you actually don't see any guards at all. You seem to have caught a good window, and certainly on purpose. And you guys kind of head in through the main entryway, and there's two large doors. In Azalea, you try to quietly open one just a little bit. This area seems to be more built for display than any sort of use. There are like broadleafed potted plants in here. There's some like sculptures and Azalea, you no shit recognize a couple of the members of the Quickthorn family, like sculpted out of marble. That's real cool. Um, there's like gold trim and there's more columns in here. There's a couple hallways and some staircases that lead up to other rooms. You see there's a small fireplace and what appears to be like a small sitting area with some like overly stuffed like couches and chairs, which definitely not comfortable in any sense, but maybe given the appearance of luxury. And looking around, actually, Danny is kind of the only one to notice. Danny, you notice that there's a single young elven man, kind of wearing the servant's mint green, and he's got this kind of long hair, and clearly has had an emotional day. As you guys like enter the room, and he looks at all of you, and Danny, you see for a moment as he kind of like stands and like blinks in surprise, he doesn't say anything.
Is it the kid I met?
Is Danny going to direct your attention? Cyra, you are so focused on not being found that you don't see a damn thing.
Yep. I mean, clearly he sees us, is what you're saying.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna tug on everybody's like. I'm gonna try to get all our attention. You know, telling people, hey.
Yeah, and you all are directed. And yes, Cyra, it is the young man that you spoke to.
I'm going to give him an ostentatious wink and say, I'll see you on the way out.
And he just points down the hall to his left. And he just kind of like backs out of the way, up against the wall. He doesn't say anything.
One more wink and then I'm going to keep moving.
Okay. Yeah, so you guys head toward and actually past a kitchen. Again.
Was that a new face for me too?
Yeah, this is not a guy you recognize.
Okay, might have been a baby. All right, got it.
Yeah, maybe. He's very young, even for an elf, like young teenager
right.
sort of deal.
That's good.
But yeah, you pass by what appears to be a kitchen, and you kind of like you get your heads around the corner just to make sure nobody's like looking at you. And it's like a massive kitchen. It is like maybe a quarter of this fucking house. It is like gorgeous. It's like black marble countertops and like there's a couple of ovens and a large hearth and you see all these like very, very expensive pieces of cutlery that are probably not made of steel, probably something more expensive. There are pots and pans and it's ridiculous. But there's a couple of chefs, like maybe 2 or 3 here, that seem to be mostly keeping the fire going and maybe cooking something. But they just ignore you as you kind of continue. And you guys come to kind of a break in the hallway where it looks like there might be like a stairway up and then there's a stairway down. And you guys are on like the ground floor, so. Azalea, you are in front. What are you doing?
We're going up. That's where the studies are.
Let me remind you that the studies are in the main house. You guys are in the servants' quarters.
When we get to the main house, we have to go up, right?
No,
No,
no.
it's underground tunnels.
You're right.
Down into the
You got to go to the tunnels
right.
first. I was like,
You're right. Well, I was like, oh, we're in the building. It's good enough. No, we need to go below. Okay, yeah. You're right. Tunnels.
so you guys head down into the tunnels. And they're
World's
very
okayest rogue.
the world, yeah, world's okayest rogue. So you guys enter this like stone-hewn tunnel, and it's very dry, very clean. It's well lit by like green crystals that are kind of glowing along the walls. You realize that there's actually like an elevator behind you, like a pulley system sort of elevator for the servants to maybe bring down large carts of like food and whatnot. But there's nobody down here. There's wooden support pillars that are kind of up against the walls and whatnot. And yeah, you guys move down these servant tunnels without any particular issue. It's quiet. It's weird. You guys are trying to keep silent, and there's a little bit of shuffling on the stone floor, and a little bit of your breathing every once in a while. But for the most part, it's like unsettlingly quiet here. Just all the sound kind of dies in here. And after maybe 2 minutes, it's really not a far walk, maybe 3 minutes, and you're moving at a fairly quick pace. You reach another set of stairs and another elevator. You can go up, or you can take the elevator.
Stairs or the elevator?
You can take up the stairs, or you can go up the elevator. Either way.
The thing
Do I
looks like
know-
it makes noise.
Yeah, it looks really fucking noisy.
Yeah, let's take the stairs.
Okay.
Makes
guys-
sense.
You guys follow Azalea on her quest up the stairs. And
Can I look at the elevator real quick?
Yeah, sure.
Is there a possibility of sending it to a floor we're not going to?
It looks to be like hand cranked, so you'd probably have to
Okay.
be on it.
Okay, copy.
That's a good idea though. Okay. So you guys.
Hit all the buttons.
How heavy is the crank? How much pressure would I have to apply? 5 pounds or less?
Do you
5
want to go
pounds or
to?
more?
You guys want? You want to go try?
No.
Okay. Yes, you head up into the main mansion. So Azalea, you know that the two-story structure has that central spire, and you spent a lot of time in this house, though it's been some time. You have a general understanding of the layout. Now, there are like servant hallways kind of built in here. You can kind of use to your advantage a little bit. But most of the servants will have to take all of the servants will have to take the main stairwell to get up to the second floor. It seems to be kind of expected that the servants kind of be unseen on the first floor, which seems to be a guest, like a bunch of guest rooms, like a reception hall and the main entryway. But on their way up to the second level, it appears they have to take the normal stairs. Either maybe this is a late addition or something, you're not sure. But yes, you do recall that there are some personal studies, a small library, and at least one conference room, or maybe just a meeting hall on the second floor, with the Quickthorn matriarch and patriarch living in the spire. So that's kind of where the master bedroom, for lack of a better term, would be. And so at this point, you guys are kind of in like a servant's hallway. Azalea, you know the general direction to get to the stairwell upstairs. You gonna lead them that way?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if you had something else in mind. So you guys kind of exit the
Turn around.
That's
That's the option.
you exit the servants' corridor, but not before you all stop and hold your breath as Danny and Tor and Azalea all spots a pair of guardsmen moving, and you kind of wait, and they kind of go by, and they stay on the first floor, it seems. You guys make a quick dash up the stairs, and the stairs are it's like
like night suits where we can hide in along the way.
Scooby-Doo style. There are statues, but
Really
there are
shaky.
no suits of iron around here that can really save you. Well, there are like various ornamental pieces hung on the wall that you can kind of like more tapestries you can kind of like stand behind. Maybe your feet will poke out, but maybe they won't be looking. And this main hall, the main entryway where you kind of step out, has two stairwells that kind of like come up and around. And they've got carpet, and it's kind of this weird kind of emerald colored stone, and kind of a darker green, like a pine green carpet running up. And honestly, looking around, Azalea, you kind of hate this place anyway. But like, this place is so garish. It's just like the tapestries are excessive, the carpeting and the gold trim and the gems on the walls. It's not even fashionable. Let alone like, sure, it's filthy rich, and it's just clearly just wealth for wealth's sake. And we gotta keep it in line with our family crest. It's still ugly. And you kind of head up, and there's a big chandelier. It's lit
I'm gonna
right
burn
now.
this place down when I have the chance.
It is still made of stone. But you actually head up the stairwell, and there's a second stairwell. So you head up kind of the half curve, and then you kind of head up, and it leads you guys into kind of a more or less empty hallway. And I need to adjust the camera so I can show you guys the layout of the second floor.
Wait.
Um,
Also, I have a level 5 ancestry feat. It's called
Ooh.
Life Sense.
okay.
So I can detect living and undead creatures within 10 feet of me, though I can't distinguish between the two.
Oh, interesting.
Like an imprecise scent or sense.
Yeah.
Okay, while you're getting set up, I'm gonna run to the bathroom. You're
Yes. Take your breaks as required. I will adjust here. I need everybody
Like
to
Humpty Dumpty.
roll stealth checks again. Stealth checks. So I
New
can
ones.
update the tracker.
Dirty 20.
Nice.
Trash. 13.
25.
28.
Okay. So we're gonna use those stealth checks as initiative at the moment, just for exploration's sake. I'm gonna just put this on the side and deal with it. So Azalea, you are here. This is kind of a more or less empty hallway, though there are there's like some pieces of furniture and some potted plants and stuff. It looks like people can come out here and like kind of sit and be left alone for the most part. You have a door. Well, the stairwell is immediately behind you. Just kind of this empty space here. There's a door here that leads to this like meeting chamber, and then there's a green door here that leads into the library, and then there's some studies in here as well. It doesn't appear to be anybody around, as far as you can tell.
Let's do the meeting room first.
Okay. So you kind of walk over here. You step through the door. You don't see anybody. So that was a movement. Is there something you're looking for here?
I'm just looking for, I guess, documents pertaining to the company, if they have any.
Okay. So this meeting room you can see is just a bunch of tables, lit by not only candlelight. It looks like somebody was in here maybe recently, but also some green, crystals along the walls, and the hearth.
Speaking of candlelight, are those candles actually like on and flickering?
They are. Yep.
That's fucking cool.
Yes, they are, and the hearth on the other side is it's not lit, but it's certainly not cold. It's kind of glowing with embers there, as if somebody had kind of let it die. Beyond that, though, you're not seeing any obvious like documents or safes or desks or whatnot. You have 2 actions left.
All right, so this room was pointless. I'm gonna go back out into the hallway and open the door.
Okay. Let me. It doesn't want to open. Here we
Because
go.
it's 2 moves in an action, right? And that's technically.
Yeah. I'll allow it. Here you go. Sure. Do you want? You have a little bit of movement. You can go inside if you want.
Do I see anybody?
No, there's nobody obvious inside this library. There's certainly stacks of books and scrolls and paperwork here as you kind of
I
look
can
around.
hear you upstairs. I can't hear you through Discord.
That's
Same.
weird. Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
No.
I think it froze because the candles aren't flickering.
Wave your hand in front of it.
Blink twice if you're in trouble.
Can you see that?
Nope, it froze.
I can see that. Weird. Okay. Uh-oh. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Unfortunately.
That's
I
weird.
mean, yeah, of course. Yeah.
Because I could see myself doing all of those things. That's weird. Anyway, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. So I was telling you that you can't see anybody in through the doorway.
Yeah.
But you do see that there are it's like a very cluttered, but somehow organized library. It's modest, but exceptional with the volume of. There are more shelves kind of lining the walls, just of scrolls, manuscripts, leather-bound books. There are two doors, kind of one over here and one over here, seemingly to studies. Um, and there are some like mostly empty racks, kind of on the sides. Looks like maybe antique, like weapon racks or something like that.
Well, I'll just get out of the doorway so everybody else can shuffle inside because I
Yeah,
imagine hanging out is always not great.
Okay. You can see that there's like puddles of hardened wax and stuff like that, just from people who had burned candles for a long time. The room is fairly dark at this point. There's a little bit of light coming in from the windows from like the kind of the city lights. It is now Cyra's turn. Cyra, you're at the top of the stairwell. What are you trying to do?
I want to go into the room that she's in, and I want to. Do I see anywhere? Do I see a safe?
Give me a perception check as a seek action.
18.
There don't appear to be any like safes here. Not in here anyway. There are some desks they have like drawers on them, but nothing seems to have like an obvious like lock or anything like that.
There are 2 additional rooms, right, that are
Yes,
connected
there
to this
are.
one?
Yep, one here and one here. One to your right and one to your left.
I'll move off to the far room.
Okay. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Yep. So you'll have to kind of investigate that on the your next turn there. Tor, you are in the hallway.
I will move into the room, and then I want to search around, look, see if I see any kind of traps of any sort.
Make a seek action. So go ahead and roll a perception check.
21.
This place doesn't appear to be trapped in any sort of manner, as far as you can tell. There's no wooden pressure plates or anything hanging from the ceiling. There's no like tripwires or anything. You don't spy anything that would be like looking at you, sort of deal. It appears that you kind of have the run of the place at the moment.
Yeah, that's good. Nothing looks out of place or anything like that either for a study
Well, I mean,
or a library.
For this library, there's like kind of a clothing rack over here and one over here. It looks like they've got some stuff on it, but like not anything of.
And what's that behind the door?
Right here.
Yep.
So you turn around and there's actually make an Arcana check for me. Let's see if you know what this thing is.
Well,
this is a stuffed fairy dragon. Fairy dragons are notoriously good dragons. It had been killed and then taxidermied, and it is now sitting by the door.
or fairy dragon. All right. So it's what? That was my third one, right?
Yeah, yep.
Okay.
Danny, you are in the hallway.
The danster.
Right there. Kind of hard to see.
Can I move into the study, into the window? That way, yep, towards that window.
Yep, so you take 2 movement actions to get to this window.
And what do I see out the window? Just a
Mm,
sheer drop, or is there like something we can jump onto?
I'm
if we
not-
need to, or
Yeah, I'm not gonna make you roll a check here because you're not looking for anything specific. Yeah, you look out the window and it's just a drop. It's a drop to the ground.
well, that's not good. What's that thing to my left? So I'm looking out the
so
window. There's a
in here.
nope. Move your finger away from the camera. Nope. It's like in the corner. Is there something in the corner there?
Clothes rack?
Yes, right here. It's like a rack of like
Okay.
clothes or something. I mean, you can take a look at it if you want as your final action.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Probably a porcelain lady or
So
something.
as you realize that there's a kind of a heavy a heavy cloak, not in the sense that the cloak itself, like the fabric, is heavy. It's that like there's pockets on it. Much too large for you. It's actually very like soft. It's like fur. Um, and there's like two maybe interior pockets that have something in them.
What's in the pockets?
The first thing you take out is it's actually a pendant. And the pendant has it's surprisingly heavy, made out of the metal, and it appears to be like a humanoid skull. It's like very tiny. It's like clearly a metal, like somebody had like carved it out of metal. Maybe, maybe the size of like a golf ball. It's dense.
Yep. That's creepy.
And then
What's in the other?
the other pocket, it's actually it's a box. You can open the box on your next turn if you want. But it sounds like it's got like tools inside of it or something.
Okay, I'll leave the skull in the pocket, and then I do want to open the box.
On your next turn. Okay, cool. So Azalea, you are kind of the center of the room here.
Is there another room that hasn't been? I'm assuming there's other rooms that haven't been explored.
There's
yet.
this room here and this room here that have not been explored.
I'm gonna do the second one you did because I think Sierra's closer to the other one.
Okay. Okay. Kind of push through. You actually go to open this door, and it's locked.
I'm gonna pick the lock.
Okay. Make a thievery check for me.
No.
Uh,
One second. I rolled a 4, but my thievery is plus 13, so 17.
That does not open the door. Sucks to suck on that one. And
Try it again.
I believe you're out of turns. Give me just a second. Yep, picking a lock is 2 actions, so you're out of actions. Cyra, it is your turn.
I want to cast Detect Magic, and it's going to go 60 feet because I have Reach Spell. I actually cast this with some horror that I have just remembered.
In what direction? Is it an emanation or a cone?
60-foot emanation, and I can choose to exclude magic I'm already aware of, like my friends.
Okay. So within 60 feet, right hand, 15, 20, 25, 35, 40. Okay, cool. So there is at least 2 things of magic that Danny is actually already interacted with. It appears to be the cloak and then something in the cloak. And then there are multiple objects inside of this study that are magical. And because this is emanation, you also feel something down below you, kind of in this direction on like the first floor, that appears to be magic of some sort.
Okay, I'm gonna actually message spell. Sorry, I have to see how many actions that is. I'm sorry. I have one left.
Yep. And I think it's probably 2 actions, but let me know.
Probably.
As most spells are.
It's a single action.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Go ahead.
And then, Danny, you're playing with 2 magic things, and everyone, there's something magical down beneath us. I don't know much more than that.
Okay. Tor, what are you doing?
I guess I will go over and search the other side of the room, opposite
Kind
of
of over
Danny.
that way?
Yeah.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 10. Okay, make a seek action for me. Roll a perception check.
13.
Yeah, so this section, But this rack is mostly seems to be just kind of old clothing, like cloaks and whatnot that people have just kind of left here. There's nothing kind of that stands out to you. There are some papers and some scrolls and whatnot, but nothing that seems any to be of any import.
Okay.
That kind
Do you
of.
have any move left?
You've got about 10 feet of movement left.
I'll move back towards the center of the room, but between like down on the south or towards the camera. Middle.
Okay, yep.
Yeah, kind of over in that area.
Okay.
Yep.
Cool.
Sweet.
Danny, you're gonna open the box.
Yeah, I'm gonna open the box.
Okay, you open the box and it appears to be a repair kit.
Can I tell what it repairs?
It is a repair kit. Stand by. I don't. It has specifically a portable anvil, tongs, woodworking tools, a whetstone, and oils for conditioning leather and wood.
Sure. Yeah, I'm gonna drop that in my bag of holding. I'll also plop that little skull in there, and yep. And then I'm gonna move. We'll move towards the little desk covered in books in the middle of the room.
Okay, cool. You're much shorter than the stack of books, but there you are.
Clearly.
Azalea, back to you. The door is locked.
I'm gonna unlock it this time. 21?
You keep kind of fucking with it, and you realize that this lock may be beyond your capabilities as you struggle to open it. You have one action remaining.
Can I unscrew the door from the hinges?
No, no. Make an intelligence check for me.
Just a flat intelligence
Just
check?
flat intelligence.
That's fair. And it's what? Just the plus the modifier?
Yep.
We have 0. Yep, 12.
You have
Nice.
no idea why this door won't fucking budge. This lock is exceptional in some sense. You have no idea what the hell is going on with it. You still have one action left if you want to do anything.
Can I attempt to break the lock?
I guess you can make an attack on the door? On the lock specifically?
Lock, specifically.
Sure.
Alright. I'll attack it. Uh, 31 to hit.
Weirdly enough, the door is unable to get out of the way of your blade. I need you to make a damage roll.
Unless it's a mimic.
It hasn't acted. Is it flat-footed, and do I get sneak attack?
It's a door. It can't be flat-footed.
Okay, just making sure.
Good of you to ask.
Okay, but like it doesn't have a dex it doesn't get a dex bonus. So
It also
I
doesn't
feel
have
like-
feet.
Okay, that's a figure of speech as snakes can be flat-footed.
That's fine.
Touche.
Yes. So
right,
what'd you get for damage? How much was it?
7?
7. Okay, I don't know why I wasn't hearing anything. That's fine. Okay, cool. Cool. Let me just make sure I have the right page open. Oops. Stand by. I need to make sure I'm looking at the right thing. Okay. Yeah, so, this metal appears to be... The metal of this lock appears to be extremely high grade, and you don't even scratch it. You actually dull your blade a little bit. Thankfully, it's not damaged, but okay. It is Cyra's turn.
Can I cut around on my turn next time? Can I like try to shave around the lock? Like cut around it?
You can certainly try.
Next time. Next time.
Cyra, what are you doing?
How loud was that fucking attack?
Actually, she was fairly good about it. But it did make a kind of a in this quiet space. You hear a clink, and it didn't necessarily echo, but all of you kind of turned to look at it. You kind of paused for a second. You didn't really hear anything.
Azalea, did you try the fucking key? I'm not going to wait for an answer. I'm going to go almost try to basically cover our tracks. So I'm going to close the door to the conference room and then come back and close this door behind us with however much space and movement I have. That is my current plan.
Okay.
I forgot about the key.
You're able to close that door. You're not quite able to close this door. Tor, it is your turn.
You're trying to draw attention, Azalea? I'll just shake my head. I'll try the door that's closest to me, I guess. No one's tried it yet, right?
That is correct. Nobody's tried that yet.
All right, I'll try it.
Okay. Yeah, you head over there. Use some movement. You actually are able to just open the door. Yeah. You can go inside.
And stand on the table, apparently.
Stand next to the table.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that hole in the floor is not there. Ignore it. Ignore
Okay.
it. It appears to be a desk. It is covered in some documents. Just from what you're visually seeing, they seem to be they look like old fairy tales actually. Not anything of like particular use to this mission. They're like children's storybooks.
Okay. If I have any movement left, I'll exit and I'll say, nothing in here but fairy tales.
Oops. Knocking tables over. And you got about there.
Sweet.
Okay. Danny.
Can I start digging through stuff on the table and see if there's anything useful, interesting, or is it just a bunch of books?
You can roll a perception check for me.
It's pretty good. Does the spyglass help me with perception?
Not in this case.
25.
Okay. No, you kind of push through all of these things, and you don't really kind of find anything of value in the books, and you're kind of going through some drawers and stuff like that, and you almost give up, but you do spot what appears to be a coin purse in one of the drawers, in a bottom drawer.
Yep, I'm gonna grab that.
Okie dokie.
I'm turning into sticky fingers, I guess.
Okay, you have like 2 actions left.
Squishy set of little sections.
I guess you have an action because you had to interact with the coin purse. You have 1 action left.
So Cyra's by the door, Azalea's by the room in the corner, and Tor is standing back in the back.
Yep, correct.
I'm gonna move to the next table and search it.
Okay.
Another...
You'll be able to do that on your next turn.
Okay.
As we get back to the top of the round, Azalea, it is your turn.
I'm gonna try the key.
Yeah, weirdly enough, the key fits and the door opens.
Love that.
So you use an interact action to take. So you have 1 action left. It takes you 1 action to take the key out, another one to unlock the door.
I guess I'll walk into the room.
Okay. Cool. Cyra.
I want to detect magic again. Is whatever was downstairs closer?
As a matter of fact, it appears to be toward the bottom of. There's a staircase here. It's toward the bottom of the staircase, kind of over here. Yeah, slightly closer.
Do you mean slightly sarcastically? Or...
Well, in the sense that you and also it moved. So it is slightly closer to you. It is also closer to the stairs.
Copy. You guys, something is closing in on us. And I want to close the door.
Yeah, so you kind of move out of the way of the door a little bit, close it, hang out next to the stuffed fairy dragon.
Well,
Sounds like a good disguise.
You've got another action left.
I don't detect
Oh, I'm
magic.
sorry. You're right. It is 2. My bad. Tor. What you doing there, Bucko?
I guess I'll move straight up towards that table and see if I see anything interesting on it.
Make a perception check.
25.
Yeah, this table is certainly more interesting than the other one. This one has not only manuscripts, but a number of like small bottles, like appear to be potions actually. Um, there's maybe 8 of them. And you also, as you're kind of like looking at these things, you see these potions. I'm sorry, there's 6 potions. My bad. There's 6. And you see a pair of looks like goggles actually.
Danny, any idea what these potions or goggles are for?
Do I know?
It is your turn. You can make a crafting alchemy check. Unless you have one more action toward. Do you want to do anything with that?
No, I'm asking Danny. I want to see what Danny has to say.
Okay, make a crafting alchemy check.
That would be a 23.
So these are potions that you've never. You could probably identify them by sight. You don't necessarily recognize all 3 of them, but you do recognize 3 of them to be shrinking potions.
Ooh, these are great. These will make you tiny.
Oh, that could be useful.
And you also recognize the goggles to be a pair of alchemist goggles.
Ooh. And these are nice too. I'll set those on my head.
Okay. You have another action.
I would like to move to the other side of the bookshelf because Cyra told us something's getting closer. Not bookshelf, but the desks.
The table. You want to be on Tor's side of the table?
Yeah.
Okay, it's fair. Azalea. You are confronted by a desk, an empty desk, but also there's this large. It's a locked bookcase. It actually has doors on it.
Does the key open it?
Weirdly enough, the key does in fact open the door. You're able to open it up, and just looking inside, you can see that there's kind of a couple of books, leather bound, very well taken care of, stacked on top of one another. There's 3 of them. You notice there's some other scattered documents. You notice that there's a kind of like a hook to hang clothing on. There's a pendant. And then also there's 2 little glass vials there as well.
I'm gonna scoop it all into the backpack.
You will take 2 actions to, you take 1 action to scoop all of the books just into your bag. And then do you want to grab the pendant,
Yes.
or do you want to grab the potions? You can only do 1.
Grab the pendant.
Okay, you grab the pendant. And, cool. So at this point,
That doesn't sound good. Like, you make it sound like I touched a cursed item.
so...
I mean, you might have.
I was wondering if this is our first cursed encounter right now.
So, Cyra, I need you to make a reflex save.
Ruh-roh.
The door's about to get kicked open.
22.
You are just barely able to, you hear the sound of a very heavy footfall, and then the door just swings open. And as a matter of fact, I'm not going to take it off the hinges here, but it comes off the hinges, and actually slams into this desk over here, just knocking shit everywhere. And standing before you, kind of already in the doorway, is a very tall, maybe about as tall as Tor, woman wearing a black dress, and you look at her and you can see that. Actually, what can you see? And actually, all of you except for Azalea can see this. So, Cyra, you're just more shocked than anything else. You just see this massive woman with almost a comically large maul, like a two-handed hammer. And Tor and Danny, however, as the door swings open, you are kind of ready for a fight here. And you see that this woman is, yeah, you could describe her as porcelain, as she's got this long waist length, kind of like midnight blue hair. She's got these really big eyes, like strangely large, and her pupils are like tiny, and
Alien?
no, it's very strange in that kind of like most of her face is like, it appears to be like as white as porcelain, but the like around her right eye, it appears to be like tanned skin, and Tor, specifically you, as you rolled a natural 20 on the perception check I rolled for you, Tor, you can see that her left hand appears to be just kind of like a tanned skin color, but her right hand is like jointed, like almost like a puppet or a maybe a mannequin, almost like with opposable, like movable hands, like an action figure almost. And you can see like it's all that porcelain color as well. And this maul that she's wielding is it's entirely too large for even a woman of her stature, and she appears to be kind of thin to wield. It's this really heavy. It's like it's made of, it's like bone white, not quite the same porcelain color. And there's kind of around the head of the maul is this kind of like a slight, like a mist almost. Very, very obviously, this thing is the magical item that Cyra had noticed earlier. And this person is just breathing extremely heavily. And yeah, it's going to use its final action to spy the intruder in front of her and just and it swings its maul up at Cyra here. So Cyra, what is your armor class?
22.
Okay. Thankfully, this weapon appears to be extremely heavy, and you're able to dodge out of the way of this falling hammer, and it doesn't just like splinter the ground next to you. It actually like punches through it, and there's this big cloud of ice that kind of bursts away from it. And thankfully, it doesn't hit you. But you realize that if this thing were to hit you, it would do some bad things to your little crunchy bones. And so, Cyra, it is your turn.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna run and hide behind the table, and I'm gonna haste Tor.
Yeah, so you kind of come back here and hide, and Tor, you are hasted, and I believe that's the end of your turn, correct?
It is.
Okay, Tor, it's your turn, man. You are hasted.
I guess that gives me one more action, right?
One more action to either move or attack.
All right. Well, I'm not particularly excited to run up to her, but I'll say, "Let's dance, lady," and then I'll rage, which will be an action.
Okay.
And then I will stride, or not stride. It's
Yeah, it's striding.
sudden charge. That's what it's called. So I can stride up to twice, climb or whatever, run, and then attack.
Yep.
Basically.
As 2 actions, and then you get to strike. That's awesome.
17.
Yeah. So you realize that this woman is, even though very lithe, she actually doesn't try to get out of your way. What are you attacking with, by the way?
The retribution axe.
Okay. Yeah, so you step up with the retribution axe, and you actually, shit hit her. But, she's either wearing some hidden armor or something, but it glances off of her. and it adds like a small slice to her dress, and you can kind of see that there's more like that kind of porcelain colored skin underneath. She seems to be a very unhappy camper.
As I would imagine. Well, shoot, might as well try to hit her again and see what happens.
Okay, go ahead.
Um,
Yeah, you got that
19.
that old minus there. Kind of hurt you on that one as you take another swing, and this time she just like puts her hand out and kind of pushes the blade away. Like she kind of catches it on the side, not necessarily the actual axe. If she would have caught it, that would have been cool.
Guys, that's not good.
Danny, it's your turn.
I'm gonna throw a. Okay, well I have to use a. No, let me think. We'll do a.
You're about 35 feet away.
Oh, I need to move closer. I need to be within 20 feet. So
Okay.
can you move me? Not direct. Like yeah, move me. Yeah, just closer. Give me within 20 feet.
Yep, you're in 20 feet now. You like scramble underneath the table there. And you're within 5, 10, 15, 20 feet. Yep.
All right, then we're gonna go alchemist fire.
Okay, go ahead.
Ooh, that is a 30.
Wow. That is a hit.
Nice, dude.
Not a crit.
Let's see. So it'll take 5, 10, 11, 11 fire. Actually, 11, 12, 13, 14 fire, including the splash, which I'm going to keep down to just it. Reduce the splash there.
Okay.
So 13? Is that what I said?
You said 14.
14. 14. Yep, 14. And then she'll also have 3 persistent fire.
Okay. Okay. You got anything else?
Does it appear to be effective? Can I tell?
She is on fire.
That's good.
That's a start.
Good. And then I've got a pre-prepared already Tanglefoot bag I'll throw at her. At a -5 penalty?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it's pre-prepared, quick bomber. I can reach in, grab it. You know, it's
Yep.
just, I'm not crafting these as we go.
Yeah.
These ones anyway.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a 26.
Nice.
Yeah,
No,
that's
-5. That's 21. Sorry.
that still hits.
Sweet.
Um,
So Tanglefoot bag.
is that a lesser or a moderate?
That is a mod.
Okay.
15-foot penalty. Escape DC 19.
Yep. And the
And
rest
people
of you.
who attack it get +1 to attack.
There you go. Yep.
Cool.
Cool. Okay.
She is tangled and burning.
Creature takes a status penalty to its speeds for 1 minute. Okay, cool. So she just takes the penalty. Okay, cool. Luckily, her thing is right in front of her. Azalea, you just kind of hear the sudden screaming and crash. As you kind of, there's 2 potions left in that thing there. You can either grab them or just turn to run.
Can I try to figure out what they are?
It would take an action. Do you want to do that?
Yeah.
Make an Arcana check.
Arcana, but I've got. What about? Because I can do crafting for.
Oh, can you do craft alchemy? I'm sorry.
I took that.
Yes, you can. That's right. Go ahead. Yep. Go ahead.
I have to. Alchemical crafting, yeah.
Yep. Go ahead.
Okay. So it's a crafting check?
Yep.
Oh, good. Okay. 23?
They appear to be, what they're called is you've never seen them, but you've read about them. Potions of shared memories. And they seem like when they're empty, they're like kind of clear. But these ones are kind of a reddish color, so they've already been imbued with something.
Okay. I'm gonna also scoop them up.
Okay, you have 1 more action.
I guess I'll have to run out of the room.
Okay, where do you want to go?
I've got 35 feet of movement. How close can I get to her?
5, 10, 15. You can get up right next to her.
Yeah, sure. Let's do that.
But she's blocking the doorway and you can't get through her.
Hmm.
Uh,
Okay.
okay. Yeah, and she sees
What
the
happened to being quiet?
and she just kind of like snarls at you, but mostly focuses on Tor, the one who came and hit her with an axe. Tor, what's your armor class right now?
21.
Okay. The first, she takes a swing at you, and you actually kind of do the same thing as, again, this is a comically large maul, and you're able to actually like bat it out of the way with the axe, and it kind of swings over, and it knocks the stuffed fairy dragon over, and it's actually kind of just poofs in a big puff of ice, and just kind of like the stuffing. So yeah, kind of destroyed there, but you're able to kind of push it away and also not make it hit Azalea. So she's gonna try a second attack. Okay, cool. That one will hit you with a 21. It is not that. So you are going to take 10. Okay, you take 20 points of bludgeoning damage as this hammer, and she just kind of yells out in anger, bam, and it just comes down on your shoulder. And you actually just hear a big crack as this ice kind of spreads over your shoulder and chest. Yeah, okay, she's done.
Did she take her persistent 3 fire damage?
And she is going to not make the save at all. Yeah, so yes, she took her damage, and I actually forgot about the save. So, thanks. Anyway, so
Yep.
she fails the save. She takes the damage. It is Cyra's turn.
Cool. So I'm actually going to go with Bon Mot. Do I have to like do I get to just like trash talk this woman, or do you just want to make her roll her will save?
You feel
Trash
free.
talker.
Yeah, feel free.
Hello there, you monstrous piece of shit who gets off on beating servants. I hope you have a little fun with some targets more your size. I don't think you're ready.
You get to roll a diplomacy check against the target's will DC.
Which I'm hoping is really fucking low.
Good luck.
I'm gonna use a heat. I'm actually gonna do a 20. Sorry, it's a 16 because I rolled a 3.
Oh. I guess that's fair. And as you kind of like yell all this out at her, she seems to just not be paying any sort of attention to you and just kind of like either shrugs it off or she might not have even heard you.
Okay, I'm still gonna cast Blistering Invective after.
Ooh. Okay. What does that do?
It's a spell that will do persistent damage and persistent damage. It'll literally catch her on
Oh.
fire.
Interesting. Okay. Cool. She gets to make a will save. Let me make sure that I'm reading this properly.
I'll do an attack roll and then she'll against her. I'm doing an attack roll.
Yep. You words deal. No, she just has to do. Let's see. On the target must attempt a will save. The target doesn't understand language. Blah blah. Yeah, you just say shit. You don't even have to. You're within 30 feet, so you're good there. Yeah, you don't have to attack anything. She just gets a saving throw.
Hopefully she fails it.
What's your
21.
21? Okay. So you watch as you kind of spew this blistering invective at her, and these words actually take magical form in this kind of angry red, like kind of whip of flame, and she actually turns and kind of makes eye contact with you, and you notice now that you didn't notice this earlier as she was trying to fucking stomp you out. Is that this kind of like strange purplish barrier comes up around her for a moment as the magic kind of slips off of her. you're not entirely sure what just happened, but it doesn't seem to have taken any effect. So let's see. It would be a. Just want to make sure that what it does here. Okay, so it is just a failure. So she becomes frightened 1 and takes the full persistent fire damage. Okay, so go ahead and roll your 2d6. Wait, no, I'm sorry. She made a success. I'm sorry. Roll the 2d6. She takes half. Sorry, it's weird. It's written strangely here, but go ahead. It's like,
11.
oh, if you fail, you get worse things. No, okay, yeah, 11. You said.
Yep.
Okay, so she takes the persistent fire damage goes up for her next turn, as it just takes the highest persistent damage there, and she's not frightened. Okay, cool. That is all of your actions. Tor.
It look like she's taking damage from all of our attacks so far.
Certainly taking damage from the fire, absolutely. But it's like it's weird. The as you're kind of looking at her, you realize that the really really white parts of her body are actually beginning to turn kind of a really hot red color.
Yeah, I'll if I move kind of up and to the right, will I be flanking her with Azalea?
Yes. Yep.
All right, I want to do that.
You take a
I'm gonna
movement
just-
action to do that. She
Yep.
doesn't do anything.
Okay, that's good.
And that door is not there, so Azalea, if you wanted to move, you could do that as well. But anyway, continue, Tor.
That would have been an 18 to attack.
So you again you swing, but you miss. Even though now she is flat-footed, this time you catch her, but you realize that as it hits, it almost like it's like a metal hitting metal, and you ding, and you struggle to hold on to your weapon, as you clearly it was a solid blow, but you must have hit something underneath her dress.
Damn near bulletproof. And then I try to strike her again, but again, I only got a 15. So
Yeah, she's not doing so good right now, in the sense that she's just getting under those wild blistering attacks, and she's just really fucking pissed off about it. And she easily kind of just steps out of the way of your second strike, as you're kind of surprised by her sturdiness. And then
I guess I
you
actually have another attack.
You do, yeah.
No, that one's 8.
Yeah, not quite.
I've been rolling 3s and 4s for my attacks.
Yeah, the dice gods are not with you today, as we step over to Danny's turn.
I'm gonna try the online roller next.
There you go.
We'll do. Gosh, I guess we'll do Crystal Shards bomb.
Ooh, okay.
Throw that at her.
Cool. Go ahead and make an attack.
That is 24.
Yeah, that's a hit, man.
Nice, dude.
5 piercing and 4 piercing splash consolidated to her.
So 9 points of damage total.
Yes.
Cool. All right.
Now she's got caltrops under her as well.
Yep. She's stuck to the ground. She's got cow strips. She's having a not great time right now.
Cool.
Okay, you've got
I will.
some actions left.
Let's see. So that used that up. Then I'm going to craft a. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm going to sling a alchemist fire at him.
Okay.
Gosh, this die is on fire. 19, 30, 25.
Roger, you're having good luck.
Is that with the -5?
Yes.
Wow. Damn. Okay, go
Yeah, I
ahead,
know,
dude.
right?
That's a hit.
Hell yeah, brother.
And my D8. Okay, well, it was all right. So 8, 10, 12, 15 fire.
Wow. Okay.
3 persistent fire. I don't think it stacks.
It does not. Nope. The 5
uh,
persist is higher than the 3, so it sticks that way.
Yeah, yeah. Yep.
Okay. Azalea, it is your turn.
Can I specifically?
I'm sorry, Danny. Was that was you? Did you remove that bomb and then throw it? Do you have an action left?
I do have an action left.
I'm
able
sorry.
to.
My
I'm
bad.
a quick. It's quick bomber, I believe. Let me
Yeah.
double check, make sure I'm not crazy.
I mean, you are, but it
Quick
might not
bomber.
apply.
You keep your bombs in easy-to-reach pouches from which you draw without thinking. You interact to draw a bomb, then strike with it.
Okay. Yep. That counts. Okay. You got one more action, my guy. I'm sorry. Sorry.
Oh, it's all right. It's all right. It's all right. I'm going to. It would if I'm just going to use an infused reagent.
Okay.
Actually, no, I'm not, because those things go bad if I don't use them that turn. I'm going to yell obscenities at the lady.
Okay. Go ahead.
Come on, that's a free action. What are you wasting the action for?
Well, I don't know what to do with it at this point. I could throw a book at her.
Improvised weapon.
Yeah, I think I'll just throw a book at her. That's what I'm gonna do. Make an attack -10.
Yep.
So I'll throw a book at her.
Yep.
That's a thrown weapon.
Yep.
So, I mean, I'm pretty good at throwing bombs.
It's true.
So I think I still get. No, it's different. I'm just going to keep this simple. -10. Yeah, it's not gonna hit. I get like 8.
You kind of whip a book at her, and it kind of just flies past her. She doesn't even pay any sort of attention to you.
Okay. Sorry, I just wasted.
No, no, that's fine. Azalea, it's your turn.
Can I attack specifically the non-porcelain part of her face?
I don't know if called shots are a thing in this game. So
Can I like try?
considering that she is currently flat-footed, if you hit her, that will be the precision damage. Is that how we'll?
Okay.
That's how we'll flavor that for now. And yeah, there's no called shots in this game. So
I was gonna say I don't see any. Okay, yeah. So I'll hit her with my rapier, my cool little fun rapier now.
okay, go ahead.
18.
Yeah, so you go to stab, and she actually kind of lifts an arm, and it skitters off the porcelain,
Yeah, I rolled a 5, guys. I'm sorry.
and you missed. So you got 2 more actions.
I'm gonna attack again, and it's minus. What does finance do right now? It's not bad. Yeah. Okay, so it's -5 for the second hit.
Yep.
Well, that's not gonna hit. I'll try again.
Okay.
Third hit.
-10.
Well, that's 14, so no.
Yeah, so you just kind of this kind of blistering blur of speed of these rapier strikes, and you actually like throw. She's already on fire, but you're like throwing sparks, and it's starting to burn away and chew at her dress, and this seems to infuriate her as it's her turn. And though you haven't actually like hurt her, you seem to be the most annoying mosquito next to her, and she turns to swat you
Assistant fire.
with her hammer. She takes her fire, but she will have to make her save at the end of her turn, and she's going to make a strike against Azalea. What's your AC?
22.
Nice.
Okay.
She hits me. Got it.
This is a critical hit.
Oh fuck.
You.
Well, here comes like 60 points of damage.
This is gonna
Yeah.
hurt. This is gonna hurt.
Go to a temple. Go to a temple. Oh god.
Okay, that could have been much worse. How much health do you have?
Hopefully enough.
You can tell me the number.
63.
Okay, you take 38 points of damage.
Okay, that's cool.
I need you,
Damage 38.
38 points of damage.
Jesus Christ.
I need you to make 2 fortitude saves.
2?
Fuck.
Oh, for different effects. Okay. Okay. First one's 23.
Okay, go give me the next one.
27.
Okay, so you all watch as she brings this hammer, which is kind of resting on the floor. She does this kind of like pirouette with it, and she brings it up right under Azalea's chin, and it just like lifts her off the ground and throws you back 5 feet, and you're now prone on the ground. And you are just
Ow.
lights in front of your eyes as ice just kind of covers Azalea's chest and like face.
Cool.
So you took all of that damage, and she's going to make her second attack against the little asshole standing next to her, hitting her with the axe.
Yeah. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Not the mama, not the mama.
So let's see. A 26 hits. It is
Yeah.
not a critical hit though.
Nope.
So that's a good start there. How much health do you have, Tor?
69.
Okay, you take 28 points of damage.
Fuck.
And yeah, cool. Her turn is over. The flames, however, continue to burn, as she seems to either try to ignore it or is just unable to put it out with her current state. Cyra, it is your turn.
Sweet. So we're gonna cast a second level soothe spell. Actually, how bad do? I guess Azalea looks pretty bad. Yeah.
Yeah. She's kind of on her face, like around a corner. She kind of got smacked pretty hard.
Sweet. So I'm actually gonna start with a first level soothe spell and see what we can accomplish there. Because rationing.
Yep.
Nah. Here's the thing: is if I'm extending out the turns further, we just gotta commit. I'm gonna cast the second level.
Okay.
So 19 total points. I'm really glad I went with the second level because she would have gotten 6 points from the first one.
There you go. 19 health.
Cool.
Look at that.
Crap. 1 second.
Feeling a little bit better now. Not great, but better.
Okay, so I have 1 action left.
Yep.
What can I roll? What can I roll? Oh, sorry. Can I roll Bardic Lore on this thing?
You may.
I'm guessing that's not an at one.
Nat 20. Tell me
Nice.
about this thing.
So just looking at it, there's something very strange here. Obviously, this thing is mechanical in nature. Just looking at this person, you realize that something is not. It's weird. It's like it's very hard for you to kind of wrap your mind around it, but it kind of comes to you for after a second. The muses kind of speak to you, and you kind of feel deep within yourself that this thing is a construct of some sort. Maybe blindly following orders or something. Built to be a guardian or in this case maybe an abuser or something. But then at the same time, just looking at it, you recognize that this artifact creature, an unfeeling machine, is somehow filled with the same rage that Tor kind of channels in combat. And even now, as you kind of look at this thing's like skin, it's very strange, as it's almost like it's half person, half machine. Like maybe it was originally a construct and had parts like grafted onto it, or maybe it was originally a person, and most of the person is removed now, and you're really not sure what to even make of this thing, other than it's a construct of some sort. But it appears to have some of the resistances that constructs have, but certainly not all of them, as Danny's flames are clearly doing damage. Your magic clearly hurt it. Most regular constructs would be able to kind of shrug off such effects. And you realize that this creature is not necessarily wearing armor. It's probably got its armor built into it. But that's kind of what you kind of glean from that that check there, that information. That's just kind of you studying it for a few turns.
So we have no idea about any weaknesses?
I'm telling you that it's normal. If it were a normal construct, it would have certain immunities that you seem to be bypassing. So, in a sense, you are aware that it has weaknesses, but there are no other weaknesses that you could take advantage of, as far as you can tell.
Copy.
It is Tor's turn.
Well, I'll try to attack it yet again.
Go ahead.
'Cause that's what I know. Bonk, bonk, bonk.
Yep.
27.
That is a hit, my friend.
Sweet, sweet, sweet. 14.
Ooh, okay, cool.
Boom. Then I'll try chopping at it again.
Go ahead.
26.
Wow, dude. All right, that's a hit.
That's the line roller. It rolls better than I do.
Apparently.
12.
RNG, baby.
Heck yeah.
Okay.
And then third roll. Oh, that was on a nat 20 for a second. 10 total.
That's a miss.
And then
You've got another one.
is that done at the
to move
the last?
or you've got another action for hasted, so
You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna move. I'm gonna move back by Danny. Let me get out of her line of attack, since she can't really go anywhere anyway.
okay. And so as Danny, you kind of expect this to take action. You are taken by surprise as this creature, the flames that are engulfing it, suddenly go out, and the porcelain parts of this woman are a bright, glowing red. And it's her turn again as she turns to glare at the one who has covered her in, flames and caltrops and tanglefoot, and she has some movement.
Good job,
And
Danny.
she has taken her damage, and she's just going to move the last bit of movement that she can make, her whole 10 feet of movement, to go schwack Danny in the face. Danny, what's your armor class?
You're muted.
You're muted, buddy.
20.
20. Okay.
Good luck, little buddy.
Meets beats, my guy.
It happens.
You take 27 points of bludgeoning damage. As this hammer, she breaks free from the tanglefoot. Though the vines still kind of wrap around her legs, she seems to power through them, and they wither away just enough for her to stride up to you and just bring this giant two-handed maul, just crack down onto your shoulder.
God dang.
And it is now your turn, Danny.
Well, I'm going to craft a. I'm going to do quick alchemy.
Okay.
Use an action to craft a frost vial.
Okay.
Moderate, and then I'm going to use that frost vial. My second action, attack with it. Throw it at her face.
Okay. Are you going to back away from her at all?
Opportunity if I do.
You don't know.
No, I'm just gonna stand right next to her and blap her.
Okay. I believe you take a penalty for that.
For a throne?
I don't remember.
I think a bow maybe.
Yeah, let me see if I
Or,
can find the rules for that.
Let's see.
I don't remember.
Let's see. Pathfinder ranged.
Oops. Trying to find the right page here.
If I need to move back, I will. Let's find out.
Okay, that's fine. Nope, I don't see anything written there, so nope, you may continue with your life.
Yep. Frost Vow to the face.
Okay, go ahead.
24.
That is a hit.
So 6, 8. 8 cold damage. Sorry, 8, 9, 10, 11 cold damage total. I'm going to constrict the splash to her.
Okay.
So 11 cold. And she takes a minus 10 foot penalty.
Okay. Yeah, you watch as her, even though her porcelain is red hot, kind of toward her face and her chest and her arms, her legs instantly begin to cool, and the ice kind of cracks and cakes around the vines from your tanglefoot bag. She seems to be kind of stuck in place.
And I'm going to move back now.
How far?
Make it 15 feet from her.
Okay. Yep, you move back 15 feet. Azalea, it is your turn. You are face down over here.
I'm gonna stand up.
Okay.
How far away is she from me?
15 feet.
All right, I'm gonna use my returning dagger and throw it at her.
Go ahead.
Are you fucking with me right now? Natural 1.
Ooh.
Give me
It always comes back.
a percentage roll. Just a D100.
45.
Yeah, so you whip this dagger up, and you're still like dazed from the giant hammer that hit you in the face, and the dagger whips over this woman's head, and thankfully over Tor's head, and right before it's gonna hit Danny in the face, it disappears and comes back into your hand. You have another action you can make.
I'm gonna try throwing it again.
Okay.
Okay, natural 20.
Okay.
So that's 20 plus 10 plus the. Well, because I have to take the minus 5.
Yes. Yep. It doesn't really matter. Okay. Go ahead and do
So
damage.
20 plus 5 plus 13 is 38.
You got a critical. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Is there a critical for a dagger? Don't they all have effects?
But those traits you don't necessarily get without certain feats or abilities. Critical specialties, like for barbarians, can get brutality at 5th level, which Tor should now have.
I do.
So yeah, that would get you the critical specialization effect for a dagger. But in this case, you just do your damage.
But I have weapon trips.
Oh, well,
I mean, you could see that an attack roll against a fiat footed.
then there you go. Go ahead and just make your damage first, and then we'll go from there.
Which isn't much because it's a fucking dagger. Oh, I rolled a 1, so 5.
Good job.
It doesn't matter. How do you want to do this?
Ooh.
It had 1 health left.
Flat-footed, do I get sneak?
It is not flat-footed. Actually, it's taking speed penalties. Does that count? I wonder.
Frozen in place, right? By the
Yeah, I guess.
frost
I
vial?
guess then it would be in this case. Immobilized? No, it's not immobilized because it's still moved.
I was just wondering for later on.
I'm gonna say no at this point. But I will get back to you with the actual answer for that because I'm not finding anything immediately as I'm looking at my books.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna call her a dumbass bitch, and then I'm gonna hit her right in the back of the head.
Yeah, so you throw this dagger and it gets right into the back of her neck head area, and kind of without really much of a sound, she rather than kind of falling kind of forward, or she just kind of like folds backward as her kind of feet are still stuck to the ground. And so she just kind of falls over. And as she falls, the kind of you watch as the dagger pushes through the back of her head, and then it kind of comes back to your hand.
Mm. Gross.
Well,
Time to go.
you guys just can kind of hear.
Is it kind of like organic matter, or was she like all construct?
Are you gonna hang around to investigate?
I mean, if we're running out, I might like look and see if I
All right.
got some.
So,
um,
as you are kind of thinking about what just happened, you guys hear voices both kind of downstairs and through the windows. Hurry, we got intruders inside! Get them! Let's go! Hey, hurry up! Get inside! Let's go! There's too much going on! Come on! And you hear the clamoring of people. Sounds like they're coming up the stairs over here.
Tor, quick, push that desk in front of the door.
Sure, I'll do that.
I'm gonna run and close the door.
The door is knocked
door
off
is
its
gone,
hinges.
yeah.
It's knocked off its hinges, but you're able to kind of like push that into the way, Tor. Kind of you're still raging, and you're able to kind of like kind of just push it there.
Danny, throw that big maw hammer thing in the bag of holding.
I don't think he'll be able to lift it.
Are you gonna try, Danny?
I think he said yes.
Well, he's
Are
probably
you gonna
muted,
unmute
so-
yourself?
Yeah, you're gonna try. Okay. Make a strength check, my guy.
Good luck. Ooh, a 19 on the roll. Let's see, 1 modifier, 20.
So as you go to grab the weapon, not only is this again comically large maul, probably weighs more than you. You try to remove it. You're actually able to lift the head a little bit, but you are unable to remove it from the person's grasp as a flick of apparently magic. Like as you lift it, it just courses up into your arms. I need you to make a reflex save.
Ouch.
And there goes that. I was going to try to take them all.
Chop her arms
wow.
off, then take it.
28.
Wow. Okay.
I have
Talk
a
about
good
bearing
reflex.
arms.
You take 5 points of cold damage, and you don't drop the ball on your feet.
Nice.
But you are able to. You let go of it. And she had already hit the floor, kind of at that portion where you end up dropping it, where she had tried to fucking kill Cyra with it, and the head of the maul begins to actually like pull her form down into a growing hole in the floor. I guess Azalea and Cyra still have actions. This is just quick and not going through the flow here, but Azalea, what are you doing?
I'm gonna run back into the room that I was in, and I'm gonna lock everything back up so it looks like I didn't get anything.
Okay, you're
I'm just gonna lock everything back up and like, how far is it to the ground? And I'm assuming, are we being surrounded by the guards, or are they all flooding in?
you don't know because that took you a while to do. Cyra, what are you doing?
It sounds like everyone's rushing inside, and this is a great chance. I've got rope. We'll go out the window, and I'm going to run to the window. But I'm going to grab that cloak because I know it's magical.
Yes, yeah, because Danny had taken the other things. Danny, did you take the cloak? I forgot if you had left it.
No, I didn't. I didn't
Okay.
take the cloak.
So Cyra grabs it. Okay, you're at the window. Are you just gonna like jump through the window? What are you gonna try to do?
No, I'm
here?
going to start taking rope out of my backpack, and I want to find something to secure it on.
Okay. Cool. So you start trying to work that. Tor, you have successfully kind of blocked the door as best you can, the doorway as it were. And you look down, and you can actually kind of see through the hole in the floor, and it looks like you're looking down kind of into like a reception hall of some sort. And you actually see a pair of guards down there, and they're look up there. And you step back just in time as 2 crossbow bolts kind of come through the floor around the hammer.
I want to pee down the hole. I'm just kidding.
There's like ice and frost kind of forming around the hole now, and you can actually feel the floor begin to give way under your feet, Tor.
We gotta go, and I'm gonna go over towards Azalea, or not? Yeah, Cyra. I mean,
Yep.
get ready to go down.
You can help her secure the rope if you want.
Sure.
Yeah, you're able to do that. Danny, what are you doing?
Getting to the window and helping us get the rope down. I mean, that's. I've already grabbed things.
Make an acrobatics check for me, Danny.
Acrobatics. I do pretty good at that.
Wait.
Not a great roll though, but let's see. 18.
Yeah, so you, as you realize the floor is growing brittle underneath you, as the ice from this mall is beginning to grow, you don't have much of time to kind of decide which way to go around, and you actually just use the body, kind of as a a platform to jump off, and you kind of launch over the hole in the floor, and your final kind of pressure there, what little weight you do have, actually sends the maul and the body kind of down through the floor, and you hear it crash below. And as all the kind of the tanglefoot roots kind of die away, and there's a bunch of crystals like caltrops falling down into the into the room below, and there's a couple more crossbow bolts kind of dunk 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 thud into the ceiling. Azalea, what are you doing?
I'm gonna grab the rope and jump out the window.
The window is not open. You can feel free to jump through it though.
Right the window, and then jump out the window while grabbing the rope.
You take 1 point of slashing damage as you jump through the
Okay.
the windows. I need you to make an athletics check.
Athletics.
Yep.
Hold on, let me take my damage. Wait. Well, that could have been better. 16?
Yeah, so you're able to, with just kind of your arm strength, able to make sure you don't fucking slam into the ground by letting go of the rope, and also you do your best to not slam face first into the marble side of the building, and you're kind of able to climb down onto the lawn below. There don't appear to be any guards here at the moment, but you hear the sounds of people not only going up the stairs, but maybe there might be people outside. Cool. Cyra.
I'm going to try to climb out the window.
Make an athletics check.
I rolled a 6.
Welp. Yeah, so you kind of, in your haste to kind of get out, you both try not to cut yourself on the glass, and also you try to ignore it and hold the rope, and you just end up cutting your hands on the glass, and you just kind of lose your grip on the rope, and you fall. You take 1 point of slashing damage and 6 points of bludgeoning damage as you fall kind of head first onto the lawn. Thankfully, it's kind of been relatively moist and rainy out on this past couple of days, so it's more of like mud. You can.
I am very.
You can make a reflex save, sure.
Try. Maybe. Uh, 27.
Both of you take instead of the 5 points of bludgeoning damage, you both take 2 points of bludgeoning damage, as kind of a cannonball kobold here kind of slams into your chest, Azalea, and well, Azalea is not exactly soft either, as you both kind of tumble to the ground.
Nice catch. All things considered. Sorry about that.
Nice fall.
Tor, it's your
Did the
turn.
best just for you.
You gonna try to get out the window?
Can I kind of hold my turn and assist Danny on getting out
Sure.
safely?
Yeah, Danny.
Sweet. I'm going to assist Danny getting out.
Make an athletics check, Danny.
That is a 20. Dirty.
Yeah. With Tor's aid, mostly he holds it like above the glass so you don't cut yourself, and he kind of retracts the blood-soaked portion from her hands, and yeah, you're able to climb safely to the ground. Tor, you can get back
Yep.
to your. You can make an athletics check as well.
14.
Yeah, you're able to easily kind of pull yourself down or let yourself down. You're all kind of now huddled on the grass as you can hear guardsmen approaching. The nearest wall is maybe a 100-yard sprint to get out of here.
We should probably go, guys.
Looks like our cue.
Okay.
Can
I think
get
we're all
the
going to sprint.
book ready and try to, when we get to an appropriate distance, try to like use it to go up and over rather than straight through the. Oh, are we going up over the wall, or are we just trying to run through the main gate and get the fuck out of here at this point?
I think we should go up and over.
Okay. Yeah. I get out my grappling hook and I'm gonna try to go do that.
Okay. So you guys start fucking sprinting, hauling ass, and there are like crystals and torches that are kind of brightening as things are occurring, and it looks like there's a lot of light inside the window that you had broken. As people are beginning to look outside to try to see you, and there's like kind of varied shouts and yelling, but thankfully you guys seem to make it to the wall without being intercepted. I need Azalea to make an athletics check to kind of whip that grappling hook up there.
$21.
Yeah, and kind of a very deft. You kind of swing the grappling hook and you you launch it up there, and with your momentum and still holding onto the rope, you just like run and then also climb up the wall, and you kind of stop up at the top. Yeah. So Cyra, make an athletics check.
Can I assist our small people in getting up?
You may.
I rolled a 13 this time.
Yeah, and so Sarah, you start kind of you grab onto the rope and start pulling yourself up, and before you even get your feet kind of onto the wall, Tor kind of gets a hand underneath your foot and just fucking launches you up the wall, and Azalea is able to kind of reach out her hand and grab you. Danny, go ahead and make an athletics check.
10.
Yeah, and Danny, you're a little bit clunkier. You get there, and Tor is seemingly beginning to tire slightly from the exertions of the evening, and but does his best to kind of get you. He gets you maybe 5 or 6 feet up, and then kind of like tries to push you up the rest of the way. And he almost gets you there, and you're able to kind of pull yourself up. Tor, athletics check, please.
16.
Nice. And yeah, so you're all kind of standing awkwardly on top of this wall, as Tor kind of finally clambers his way up. Yeah, you're all at the top of the wall. What are you trying to do? You just gonna jump off? It's only a 10-foot drop.
Are there any trees close by that I can like jump into and like hop down?
Not from here. Not from here.
All nimbly bimbly.
All mimbly bimbly.
Yeah.
Tor's just going to jump down.
Same.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey,
Okay. All of you can make some athletics or acrobatics checks. Up to you.
acrobatics.
17.
Nice.
What?
23.
I might be taking some damage. Let's see. 16.
Dirty 20.
Yeah. No. All of you land kind of with your limbs intact, more or less, without necessarily hurting yourselves on the fall, per se. But you are able to kind of get there without any particular issue. Let me just adjust where the camera is,
It's
and
a nice
then
door.
yeah, it is a very nice door. Haha, hello, it is me. 'Tis I, the
That's
Dungeon
scary.
Master. I know, the scariest thing you guys could have even fought or thought of. Here we go. Get this back here. Way too close on my face. That's fine. Oh, that is all sorts of skewed. Not that you guys don't want to see me anyway. It's fine. Cool. So, at this point, you guys all managed to get down without killing yourselves or each other somehow, miraculously. It's the middle of the night. It's like 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock at night now. You can hear shouting from inside the compound. You hear the sound of running guardsmen coming from down the lane. Yeah, how do you guys want to get out of here?
I'm going to press to digitate visible damage away from us. I know it's not going to heal anything, but we'll look normal at least.
Okay.
I'm
We
gonna
sneak out of
run-
here.
Yeah, let's. Yeah, sneakily,
Okay.
without getting caught.
All of you make some stealth checks.
26.
Nice.
18.
25.
17.
Yeah, so you all, some of you have taken a little more hurt than others, and do your best to be quiet. But your collection of items and blood-soaked clothes and whatnot, even though it's been prestidigitated away, you do your best to kind of melt away into the night, and you end up kind of by the river, kind of heading kind of north and east back towards the Kothon, but a little more circuitous. You don't get stopped by any guards. Nobody seems to spot you, and you do your best to hide in alleyways and stay out of sight. And as you escape into the night, you see some clouds begin to roll in from the north, and the temperature begins to drop. And it's been, the past couple of weeks have been a kind of an on-off mix of rain and kind of that wet mess of rain and maybe sleet. But as you guys kind of approach the Silver Scale Scullery towards 3 or 4 in the morning, the chill really begins to set in as snow finally begins to fall on this part of the continent. And though you are leaving the city tomorrow, or even today, technically, there's something heavy kind of sitting on all of you as you begin to kind of think about what happened and kind of collect your senses and your nerves. And that is where we're going to leave off for this week.
Nice, dude.
Did we find what we were fucking looking for?
You'll find out next time!